Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary pals, please give a warm welcome to our guests and friends on today's wonderful episode of Giddy Creative Recharge. Today's guests are Carrie Hardisky,
Hey,
the ghost of Laura Nettles, Tom, our technical producer, and your hostess with the mostest, Glory! Yay! All right. Laura will be joining us in a little while, but I still wanted to give her a wonderful introduction. Hello, hello, hello. So here we are at the madness.
Hello again.
How is everyone's weather? Because, yes, I want to know. Today, we've got a cold front coming through, and it is 58 degrees here right now. We've got all the windows open. It's lovely. It smells wonderful.
Our hair is nice.
My hair is as nice as it's going to get. But
same.
So if you feel like telling me your weather in the chat, please let us know.
Look, for the humidity to drop below 50% is a rare event around here.
Yeah, it's 51% here in my room right now, but it was 49, and I think it got down to 47% last night inside my room. Carrie, would you like to introduce yourself? You don't have to, though.
I was looking up the weather. Hi, I'm Carrie. I am a fantasy writer and a mom of a high energy little squirt who should be getting picked up from daycare soon. And I stream on Twitch and occasionally post videos on YouTube. And if I'm not streaming myself, then I'm guesting with other people.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Thank you. All right. I guess, Tom, do you want to do one? Yeah, I know the answer. No, I'm teasing.
I love that. Let's just cut him off. Hey, I'm Tom. I mostly help out Glory with Awkward Siblings on here and on Twitch. Because I've been around this so long, I did finally bite the bullet, and there is a little secret book, secret Vela going on now.
Project.
Yeah.
There's at least 2 episodes live on Vela, at least, if not the third one by now. No, the third one comes out tomorrow.
Yeah. Good luck finding it.
I can help people with links. And hi, I'm Glory. And if you've wandered here, congratulations. I hope you're going to have a wonderful time with us. We stream Mondays here, 4 p.m. Eastern, on Twitch, Wednesdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. Tom and I do something on Twitch. I can't make promises. Like, in theory, we'll have dinner, and then sometimes we play a game. Sometimes we watch a movie. We've talked about some other ideas, so who knows what November will bring. Thursdays, I co-host Coffee Bunny Cafe with Cat Leo on Twitch. We alternate between our Twitch streams. We'd love for you to come by. It is the only thing we can promise you is there will be chaos. Sometimes there's coffee, sometimes there's bagels, sometimes there's crochet. Sometimes people play video games or do other creative projects, and we mostly chat. We have a good time. Sort of a way to decompress from work and routines, things that people organize, like, oh, I need to do this, I have these deadlines. And Coffee Bunny is meant to be sort of an oasis from that, where there's no set anything. We just try to have fun hanging out together, being with our little tribe. Just a good time. We'd love for you to join us. And beyond that, we show up on all sorts of random stuff. I think, in theory, tomorrow, Tom and I will be on Zara's either YouTube or Twitch. I don't know. But something we'll be doing tomorrow night with her. I think she's going to be doing writing sprints. So that will be fun, because I also have a Vela project that I've been working on. And the first 2 episodes are live on Vela. And the 3rd episode is scheduled. It is on there. It will be coming out this Thursday. So I'm just saying the first 3 episodes are free. Maybe you might want to check it out if you like the Labyrinth, if you like Willow, if you like the Jim Henson Storyteller series, then you might enjoy The Onion Story, a Vela project. It's an anthology. So that's what I've got going on. Did I forget anything? Good? We're good? Okay. Finally out of the hot seat. Okay. So today's episode. The show for this month and next month, we are really taking a look at genre writing and what we as writers can take away from it, both when writing in the genre and also when trying to inject a little bit of what's lovely about that genre in our own writing. Whether we're talking genre mashups, or we're talking, genre hop it, whatever, we're talking about genres through November. And today we're talking about horror. Horror as a genre, horror as adding a little bit of horror, suspense, thrill to your own writing, whether you're trying to write in genre or out of genre. We're talking about that. And I just want to again point out, I know y'all know, but just in case anybody new finds our channel, since we have been growing very nicely for a while now, and so we're getting new people, and I just want to sort of introduce y'all to everybody just has their opinions, and it doesn't mean if you disagree that we think you're right or we think someone else is wrong. It's just everybody has their opinions, and it's totally fine. You're entitled to your opinions. We're entitled to ours, and we all are going to respect each other for our opinions, and we're not going to yell about it because that's not the vibe here. If we get excited, that's just sort of good times fun, but not like, there's none of that, oh no, you have to be wrong in order for me to be right. That is not our vibe.
You get enough of that in the rest of the world. So
yeah, and also like there's just no point of that in this. This is art. It can be craft, but I mean, at the heart of it, I think a lot of really good writing is about expressing what's within us, what it feels important or significant to us. And that is what art is. It's about expressing what it's like for you as the artist to experience being human. What is art to humans does not translate to dogs or cats, for instance. Art is specific to each species. I feel like my theory is dogs' art is like cultivating a melange of smells on their body, and they're like, this is art. And other dogs then go appreciate. That's my theory. So since it's really about each person's unique experience being human, there's no right or wrong. There's just what feels right to you expressing yourself. And so again, we don't need to yell down anybody. It's all good. It's all good. And there's room for you here. Because we want diverse voices. Oh, please, yes. I'm so tired of the same old, same old. As a voracious reader, I'm so tired of the same old, same old. I am ready for something new. And the only way to get that is to get some new kinds of voices in to the writing world. So that's what we hope to do here. That's our aim. So, and my final bit is simply, hey, if you're having a good time, if you feel like what we're doing is benefiting you, or you just like hanging out with us, please consider clicking the like button. If you enjoy hanging out with us and you haven't already, now might be a lovely time to subscribe. If you do subscribe, though, I'd highly recommend you ring that bell so you get notifications. I know YouTube isn't always great about giving notifications, but they won't get better if you don't have the bell rung at all. And then if something about today's episode really rings for you, maybe clicking that share button and sharing it with your friends, we would absolutely love for a wider audience. So obviously some people have been sharing these videos, and we thank you so much. You all have been so wonderful to us. We cannot thank you enough, but we are definitely going to keep trying. So please let us know how we can address what you want to in the future. And now we have a community page. Anyway. I'm totally fine. It's totally cool. I'm glad you're feeling better, Diana. So that is my whole spiel. I'm done. I'm off the podium now.
All right. You ready to talk?
Yes, the first hour of horror. What we like about the genre, including hot takes, and then anything else.
Well, there is I disagree with Wikipedia.
Yes.
Wikipedia has one of these very collegiate definitions of what is the horror genre. And to me, horror is part of a trio of subcategories, of tragedy, which is there's suspense, then there's thriller, and then there's horror. Suspense is just waiting for something to go wrong. You think something might go wrong, and that is where you're stuck. Thriller is where things do occasionally go wrong, but at the end of the story, it goes back to the norm. And then there's horror, where it's never going to be the same.
Like it's an irredeemable tragedy.
Yeah. It is awfulness that has happened, and you're now stuck just growing from that new place.
I think that there's also a little bit more of definitely an emotional response for horror, like beyond just being a tragedy that you can't that the characters can't come back from. Like they are forever changed. The world has changed for them. Also there's like this emotional element of horror, not horror, disgust or revulsion, loathing. There's this strong emotional element, at least that readers and viewers would experience at some point in the story, that's like a very strong visceral emotional response.
Yeah.
Like I think that is horror also requires that, of like it has to have like this gut response. Otherwise it's just a tragedy. And
that's why, like we were talking earlier, of not to downplay the effects of Mary Shelley and Frankenstein, but we've had horror stories for a long time before them. Of like, for us, case in point, Titus Andronicus.
Mm-hmm.
That is a horror that just continues and ends in a horrific tragedy.
Also, there's body horror in that, for me anyway. Like it was, I stumbled on that and was like, whoa, nobody warned me that there's like disgusting stuff in there, as well as just abject tragedy. Like you just unimaginable tragedies layered upon layered. So like I think horror to some effect has been around a very long time.
Yeah.
I would say at least thousands of years.
And Charlie brings up, another one of the separate parts of, Mary Shelley and such.
Yes.
Of, what makes it Gothic horror. Horror is a genre, originally differentiated stuff from Gothic, by Gothic just being foreboding and dread. What I say of like thriller versus horror was shock and disgust.
Mm-hmm.
It was always I can't believe that happened. And, there's no way to undo it. That Freddy is just out there to scare and murk.
I mean, he was just encouraging kids to dream, right?
Did you mean lurk?
There is a water element. I'm just throwing that out there. At least the first movie. Yeah, like I don't know. Like horror is such an interesting genre. Tom and I were talking about this of the scary, the bad guy, whatever you want to call it, is in the horror genre, motivation is not required.
Yeah, the monster antagonist does not require motivation. They are simply a reality of this universe.
And that's kind of like, that's a sharp departure for me, because I'm used to all characters have internal logic and motivation. It's like, no, not in horror. That's not necessary. And in fact, sometimes it can bog down the story in a way readers do not welcome. So having a motivator even for your antagonist, not necessary, not even encouraged, frankly.
And yet at the same time, the actors who play them do always have a motivation. My favorite one of all is actually Jason Voorhees. Jason Voorhees has a very distinctive walk. And the original actor, turns out, walked that way because he'd injured himself early on set. He was a very tall man. He already had some joint problems. And that's why he walked so stiffly. He was in a lot of pain, but he was obligated to finish this movie. But every actor since who's done Jason has had to come up with internal motivations for, why does my Jason walk this way? It's not that the actors don't have motivations and stuff. It's just, but we never go into it in the story.
Mm.
And Charles saying, when you read older lit theory, they distinguish between the terror of Gothic fiction that lives with you and the horror of the story and troubles you. It's an interesting line they drew. The other part I find fascinating about horror, modern horror is leaps and bounds more feminist than every other genre of movie. It is far more egalitarian in its storylines. And it's also like, it's, for everything we talk about horror being like, this silly little genre of, there's not much story, there's not much plot. Don't you just have someone who's going to kill people? Isn't that that's your horror story right there? When you actually look at a lot of these stories, there is actually a lot more commentary. Yeah, I was surprised to see like horror is far more female centric and female positive than every other genre, and has been for decades.
You do have the silly the stereotypes of like the dumb blonde gets killed off first that were going on for a while, and
Or the person of color.
Yeah.
Or the gay person, queer person. I think horror is, like all other genres, is a reflection of the society it's written out of and for. So, I mean, it's a time capsule like anything. That's kind of what art and craft are. They reflect how the people are at that time in that moment. They are indicative of it. It says a lot about it. I mean, Shelley's Frankenstein and his monster, the Prometheus story, says a lot more about early 1800s England than it does about us now, because it was not intended to be aimed at readers in the 21st century. It was written for people she knew. It was written to the readers of that time. Yeah, it's the ghost of Laura. Woohoo!
I have appeared.
Woohoo!
Nice. Hey, it's Mama.
Hi, Mia.
Just got a meeting.
Cool.
So we were just talking about kind of what makes horror horror. What were our perceptions of it?
For me, it's a something that makes reality seem shifted. Like it makes you feel like something's uncanny about the world, or like that sense of something's off, and therefore anything can happen. And thank you. I watched it today. Yeah. So that offness is what I love about horror. Like, it doesn't have to be splatterpunk with gore. It doesn't have to be anything drastic, but just make you think twice about what you're actually seeing.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of takes that alternative reality like you see in fantasy and sci-fi and brings it into a contemporary context.
Yes. But it, like, the world can be fantastical. Like, well, usually the world's, like, I don't know. Like Alien, it's not on Earth. And Frankenstein, it is on Earth, but it has more monstrous beings in it. So,
Well,
like,
to me,
there's different.
a lot of those often have a feel of like Alice Through the Looking Glass.
Yeah.
At some point early in the story, you can tell they kind of take this step across a precipice, a barrier, I forget what the word is, and they're now in this sort of more magical realm. Like they were in a normal world, and all of a sudden they're not.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes, like for me, I don't normally read straight up serial killer fiction. I like the more through the portal fiction. But like there's different tastes, what you want to get out of it. Like, sure, I love watching true crime documentaries, but that's not what I read. I like to get more, I don't know, like I like to delve into more of like the Lovecraftian type of cosmic horror that has actually been tainting my sci-fi. So it's bleeding into the other genres that I have been exploring. So it's been really, really fun to see how horror cannot be contained in my brain. It's just like, even in my YA sci-fi, when I went through and started doing my next draft, I was like, I had just read Writing in the Dark by Tim Wagner. Excellent craft book. And he is a prolific horror writer. And his description of the different flavors of horror, of terror and disgust and fear and dread, and the different flavors that you can use like paints on a canvas to try and create your horror, was really cool. And so I was like, okay, I want to add some more dread. I want to add a little bit of disgust, and I want to do this. And so doing that really helped flesh out one of my scenes to make it pop out as like, okay, we have a little horror scene going on in my YA sci-fi. So that was really fun.
I feel like you also, talking about it as, as paints and such, it kind of reminds me that horror is definitely one of the early breakout genres of English fiction. Probably in part because it just completely committed itself to taking you on an adrenaline ride. Like you were there. It's always going to be a roller coaster as you're second guessing the events of the story, and the should you be scared for the characters or not? Do you feel like they're safe, or are they not actually safe?
I feel like horror is one of the oldest genres to try and keep kids safe. Don't go out. There's a boogeyman.
Well, the fear of the unknown.
Yeah. And so I think that it being so old that a lot of us have it ingrained in our mind, like, I want to, like, I like that feeling. I don't know if that has anything to do with it being old, but like, it's just, I love it so much. And I hate horror games. Like, I like my page between me and the horror. Don't let the controller vibrate in my hand because I'm going to die. Like, I need that separation. Like,
You sound like every person who ever played. What was that game on PlayStation with Solid Snake?
I don't know.
The character who hides in a box. Like you're not supposed to be seen throughout in the early games.
Okay.
But
no clue what you're talking about.
But
okay.
like one of the PlayStation 2 games had a scene where they did a sort of trick where the controller got taken over by the enemy.
Nice.
Where like suddenly they are actually controlling things through your input, and they would send the vibrations and stuff through on the controller, but it was everyone talked about when they first experiences of like, what the hell?
Yes. Okay. One of the first ever Korean manhwa kind of webcomic thing that I ever read was the one where you scroll down, you're reading it as you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. It was translated into English, thankfully, yay. And so you're walking down the street at night in the city, and there's a woman up ahead, and she starts turning her head. And it takes over your mouse and it scrolls, and so it animates her head turn jitter. And it was like, holy smokes! And I died. And you would know when people watched it in class because you would hear a scream and someone would fall out of a chair. Like, it was fabulous. Yay, computer classes.
Yeah.
But just the unexpected of takeover of, you think you're in control of your life? You think you're in control of reality? Heck no. So,
yeah,
that's always fun.
Oh, the game I will not play, but I've watched a lot of gameplay of it. It was popular a few years ago. Five Nights at Freddy's. The jump scares. Just the jump scares.
They're so loud.
And the creepy, like, the creepy laughter. And it's just like, I won't play it myself, but I've watched a lot of gameplay of it just to see other people's reactions.
Yeah.
My family has a congenital thing where we produce adrenaline at prodigious levels when it's needed, which really helps us get out of dangerous situations. But
when the Cossacks are coming, you suddenly, like, the mental clarity is there. You are ready to like immediately disappear into
you can
the
take
woods
off
or under a house, whatever's necessary. Like, you're gone. Like, suddenly plotters. Oh, we could run. Like, people have remarked on my ability to book it when I have to, but normally, no.
But those jump scares.
I look like a little hippo running normally, but with adrenaline, the fastest of hippos.
On the other hand, though, but we get hit with a jump scare, and all of a sudden it's like my kidney. Ah!
Yes, it's not just my heart; it's my kidneys.
Please, all the adrenaline at once.
Like, I don't need this kind of crap in my life. No, too good, too effective at immediate adrenaline production. Too effective.
Yeah.
So our family's not really that much into that kind of shocking horror because we have way too much adrenaline when that's stimulated and triggered. So
surprised you haven't punched something out when you get it.
Oh, I have. Like, people have come up behind me and thought they would surprise me, and then they found out how good of a right hook I have.
Say your ex?
Like, bruises, huge bruises, and muscular people, and they're literally on the floor because because I wasn't thinking, and it's like, if you get me right, you're about to find out. Yeah, the hippo can knock you off too. So, but yeah, of like our family, a little too effective. It's not enjoyable for us to experience it either. Too much adrenaline. But I understand, like, people who don't have such strong adrenaline responses, and they're like, "Oh, it's a little thrill," versus, I'm like,
you guys have seen me how I act just when my husband sneaks up on me. If I'm involved in something, right, and he walks in the room, he has scared me on stream before.
Yeah, like, imagine, like, have you ever seen the red pandas get startled?
No.
Oh, it's
They're
adorable.
the cutest little things ever. These little, like, they're very, very easy to startle, and they are hilarious. Like, I feel bad for them, but, like, it is hilarious when they get startled because, honestly, they look like our family. They're like, ha! But, like, imagine instead of it's an adorable little furry creature, and I do recommend everybody, during our first break, maybe that would be a wonderful time to quickly Google startled red panda and enjoy those videos. Because that is so cute. Oh, my God. But like that's every member of our family except, as a hippo. Like, can you imagine startling a hippo? It's not going to go well, But yeah, like red pandas have apparently a very pronounced startle factor. They are very easy to startle, and they are so dramatic when they get startled. It's precious. And so I feel better that it's not just members of our family who are startled so effectively that it's like, well, at least there's a few other species too. Versus most humans are not startled quite that strongly. Yes, I've thought about. Megan has been like filling my Twitter feed with hippos all week. She's got me thinking about hippos. But I understand other people don't have as strong a startle reflex or as much adrenaline that they experience when they are startled, and that they just enjoy a little thrill. And I imagine most people are probably closer to that than like where our family is, where we have way too much adrenaline produced when that happens. And so I figure it's probably rather almost enjoyable to get startled or a jump scare or something. Like it's like a roller coaster situation versus me on a roller coaster, like, we are all gonna die. It's all I can do just not to yell that to like upset other people because I don't want to ruin their enjoyment of the ride. But I'm like, the whole time I'm just holding my glasses, waiting to die. It's not enjoyable. It's absolutely a nightmare.
I need to go with you to Disneyland.
Yes. We will go one day. When one of us sells to Amazon Prime, we're going to take that Prime money and we're going to go to Disney, y'all.
And I will make you go on
Yes.
the roller coasters with me because they're not crazy ones. Well,
Yes.
unless
Like,
you go
I
to
like-
Disney World, then they have the Aerosmith one.
I mean, I do like Aerosmith. I like the music a lot.
Yes.
Yeah,
But yeah.
But yeah, of like, I imagine that little bit of adrenaline is kind of fun. And that is one of the thrills of it. That's one of the draws of like being a little scared of like, ooh, because like, you're safe. If anything, I imagine most readers and viewers feel even happier in their homes after they consumed horror stories in whatever format.
And jump scares are the lowest form of horror. Like, they're so cheap. I hate them. Especially in movies.
They're obviously not my favorite. I remember there used to be, like, there was various jump scares that you could come across by accident on the internet way back when.
Yes! The car, and then the screamer.
The screamer one, which was, like, on everything. People had, like, programmed school computers in the laboratories to do it when you turn it on. And I was like, these people. Like, we set up a webcam to watch the kids and figure out which kid's doing it. Oh, guess what? Oh, we made their parents come in and watch the video. Like, this is your child, and here's the bill for all the IT people who've had to come in and fix it every time. Here's the bill. And then we got to watch that child get jump scared. Like, yep, because, like, parents don't like money bills.
No. Like, in movies, it's so formulaic because they pull the sound so that they can have that oomph. And then also, like, the classic, like, mirror, turn. There has to be a cat first for the false jump scare. Like, it's so formulaic. And a lot of us are tired of it. Yeah. And so there's some more quiet horror that is such a breath of fresh air. It's like, yes, thank you.
I do prefer quiet horror. I always have.
Although I do also enjoy just sort of the the meta commentary on horror movies. I mean, like, I
Mhm.
enjoyed Scream. I thought that was
still need to
really
see
like.
it.
Also, there is a movie
enjoyed
that, like, for 2 or 3 months every year, Amazon Prime will have on Prime, and then whatever I want to tell people, it's not on Prime. Called, I think it's Dead Before Dawn, with what's his name, who plays Doc in Back to the Future,
Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd, as the guy who owns a curiosity shop. He leaves, his nephew in charge, and of course, they mess with some book or totem. And the part I really liked about this story concept was they essentially had you pick what were the tropes of, this night of horror. And then they have to handle that situation. Which leads to a really weird part of where, yeah, we have zombies. We have contagious zombieism. But you can, if you make out with them, they convert back to human.
Warm
Which leads
bodies.
to just like the weirdest, awful scenes possible of no one should ever kiss that mouth. No. But it's a good commentary on, what are these horror tropes and how would you handle them if they really happened?
Yeah.
But also,
Oh,
go
I
on.
just thought of that scene in The Mummy. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They flash back and then she's.
Yeah, kissing that mummy. So, the original Universal Monster movies are like the gold standard of classic horror movies, and the original, like usually the first one in all of these series, are super good. They're amazing, but then they fell out of fashion. And to try and revive it, they started doing Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, Abbott and
Yes.
Costello Meet the Mummy. So they started injecting like the comedy horror, which is what I grew up on. I grew up on Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. I never saw the original Frankenstein until like college or after college.
Yeah.
So it's so interesting how horror cycles through of being super serious and then a comedy version, and then the commentary version of the satire. Like, there's so many different types of horror. It's really cool.
We were talking about Mel Brooks in the pre-show with Young Frankenstein and Dracula Dead and Loving It.
Yeah, I grew up on Young Frankenstein. I saw that before I saw the original.
Same.
And then Dracula Dead and Loving It, I watched it and my brain exploded. I was like, I can tell every Dracula movie they pulled from to get all of these different things, like the moving shadows. Like, I know which version that's from. Like, oh my gosh, it was just a treat.
There was even a stage adaptation of Young Frankenstein, and it was here in Cleveland, and we went to go see it. It was amazing.
I got to see the Frankenstein starring Benedict Cumberbatch, the play. They broadcasted it from London. So flipping cool. So they had two versions. They had him playing the monster, and they had him playing the Dr. Frankenstein. So I had to go both nights and watch both ways. So like, yes! Nice. So good.
That's excellent. Okay, so Maggie has a question. Horror in an age of real-world trauma. Which I'm like, isn't that always? But okay.
Yeah, it's kind of...
It isn't trauma always, but okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just now. It's... Name the century. It's all trauma. Is the glorification of violence harmless entertainment, desensitization to violence, and dehumanization of victims? So... I'll go ahead and state, because I've actually thought about this a lot. Y'all know that my background in education is specifically in psychology. I think especially, no, you know what? I don't want to say just, modern horror. I would go all the way back to Mary Shelley. And even further back, probably, but I'm more familiar with Mary Shelley for feminist reasons. That a lot of horror is trying to, at least for the writer or the creators, trying to grapple with trauma and processing of trauma. And I know from both being a public librarian, but also a teacher and even a video store manager, hearing from essentially consumers of this media, the horror media, that a lot of people are trying to process their own trauma, and they are utilizing horror in whatever media format to assist them in that. Because a lot of horror has at least shows you how the characters are trying to process or are trying to avoid processing trauma. And so it can be a bit of a guidance, whether the creators intended it to be. It can be a bit of a guidance, either what to do or what not to do for the consumers, for readers, viewers, whatever, listeners. So I think that it's not necessarily trying to glorify the violence or desensitize anyone to it, or that it's even effective doing that. For most consumers of medium, I think it's that in order to process, the consumers need a little bit of an emotional gap to feel safe enough for their brain to process trauma.
And
And
there's
so that
Spence thing.
desensitization or that slight objectification of characters is necessary for the viewer, for the reader, in order for them to have that little emotional gap to be able to start their path to processing their trauma.
And
I hope
Spence,
that's not too complicated.
Yeah.
I know that I'm speaking jargon, and I apologize. I just fall into it, y'all. It just
but if you look,
my this is my wheelhouse. I'll fall into it.
but and you'll see case in point. There's Spence's post.
Let's see. Spence says he had a bit thing about the movie Hostel, which was apparently the first horror movie to come out after 9/11, and it was, as he described it, a massive catharsis. I even I watch Hostel.
I don't know if you watched that. That's a really rough horror movie. Like that is. That's a lot of body horror.
I watched it because there was two different movies. So what happened was I watched Hostel by accident. This was back when we remember we used to get Netflix and Blockbuster in the mail. So long ago, children, that Netflix came in the mail. And I thought I had requested Munich, and instead I got Hostel. And I watched it, but by the time I realized this is definitely not Munich, I was kind of hooked. And I was like, I know this is supposed to be horror, and I'm supposed to like be so reviled to like I would normally be turning it off, but like I was at it was the middle of the night. I was alone in my home and would be alone for several days. And I did not turn it off because I was like, go on though. And I was fascinated by this story. The hooks were so good that I put up with the disgust and the other, revile, all of that loathing, because the story was actually rather fascinating. And there was a catharsis in there that I very much appreciated as somebody who was like actively trying to deal with trauma and PTSD at the time. But yeah, like that was, and it wasn't till later that I got Munich and was like, I'll have to watch it. Remember? Of like,
yeah, I do remember
they
that part.
get the jackal eventually.
Although hearing you talk about the catharsis and all that does actually remind me. I was listening to the first couple episodes of the podcast, sort of that goes with the Only Murders in the Building, and they were bringing up of true crime and how. Yes, it is primarily a female genre as far as the consumers. And, the person who's running was like, why do you think that is? Because he's not actually the showrunner is not actually a big true crime person. And, the person who's talking is like, because women are the ones who have to deal with this crime in the real world. This is part of their, how do I cope with this world? And I think horror is a more generalized form of that, where true crime is about, how did people get attacked? And you try and figure out what were the mistakes, what were the red flags you could have seen. Horror is more of that existential dread and fears you have that do not have as much a direct, solution. And so it's a way to kind of process the anxiety that you're just going to generally feel, living in this world. I mean, I don't remember if Mary Shelley ever actually wrote in her diaries about it, but I know a lot of what do you call it? The people who study Mary Shelley,
Biographers, historians,
really theorize and talk about Mary Shelley's first baby, who died shortly after they were born, and the lifelong effects it had on her, and that Frankenstein was was a way for her to cope with this. If you could,
that was Interview with a Vampire as well.
if you could bring him back.
You mean like Anne Rice?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was like,
that's how she came up with the character of Claudia.
It was her own king that had died, so she wrote that book in grief.
If you could bring someone back, should you? What would be those repercussions? And could you live with those repercussions? Again, it's ways of dealing with very existential problems that normal adventure doesn't handle.
Yeah. I like to watch horrors that are not the gore fest, but more like the character pieces, like Boris Karloff's Frankenstein, where I love he doesn't say a word in that movie, but you can just see in his expressions through all that crazy makeup and his eyes, even with the wax eyelids that they put on him and everything, and just the character study of what happens if you are brought into this world, the person that made you abandons you, society turns on you, and it's just a character study on how that goes down. And it's just so fascinating to me on the character element, and the most horrific thing that happens is he tosses a kid into the water, and the actor Boris, he felt so bad doing it because they had to do multiple takes. So the little girl is like, "Give me 6 hard-boiled eggs, and you could toss me again." And so they paid her in eggs. So she had a blast. But just the whole mentality was so hard on the actor. Oh my gosh, it's just so good. It's the perfect movie.
I agree. I've always kind of found Frankenstein's monster to be a really compelling character. And pretty much anyone in my, out in the field in my life who talked about oh, the monster's so scary. And I'm like, which monster are you talking about, Dr. Frankenstein? No, the the monster. And I'm like, the monster is not the scary one. Did you miss it all? Did you even read it?
It's like The Hunchback, the story of a man and a monster.
Right, but which one is the monster? Yeah, and which so I've always found the monster in Shelley's book to be very compelling, a very very sympathetic character. I've often found it so strange that there are readers who don't pick up on that subtlety. And I'm like, to me, it's not subtle at all. Yeah. It's very obviously Mary Shelley is very clear to me who the reader is supposed to feel sympathetic to.
But, how awful is the doctor?
Right.
Just an awful person.
I mean, and I have my own theories about.
I mean,
I really
just
writing
love,
about.
Red's summary of Frankenstein on OSP, Overly Sarcastic Productions. It's just Dr. Frankenstein is a horrible, horrible man.
Yes.
And yeah, he needs to be punched.
I agree.
All right, I think we're going to need to take a break before we tackle anything further.
When we come back, we'll be talking about questions, which y'all, if you have any questions, as well as talking about shortcomings in the genre and problematic issues, and so on. So we'll see you back here in approximately 10 minutes. I want to throw this out there. Now might be a lovely time to get something to drink, maybe a snack.
And Maggie, the answer to that, I think, is called queer coding, where the monsters represented those who were outside the social norm.
Oh, wait, supernatural or which one?
No, yeah, the question. Make monsters more socially acceptable and sympathetic. It's because monsters originally were representative of the other, and who were the other in society.
As well as the fear of people feeling that they would be cast out.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you have to conform or you'll be cast out of our society. And that fear of becoming a monster, of becoming othered, definitely, you know, again, where people are trying to get a grasp of their own fears. And horror stories can offer that. Offer a certain amount of, you know, playing it out in your head. Yeah,
truly. Comedians, stop pretending cancel culture is something new.
It is not. It is as old as humans. So we're going to do a little break. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about it more. A beloved genre. Even for people who maybe necessarily think they don't like horror, they may actually like a lot of elements of it. So throwing that out there. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. Maybe beep, maybe beep, maybe beep, beep, beep. Boop. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How did it go?
So good, I ate a donut.
Mm.
Excellent. Good win.
Joe was nice enough to top off my water, and he's making dinner, and he's gonna bring me a hot dog.
Heck yeah. Living the life.
Well, as long as there are movies on that Anna gets nice and distracted, he
Yes.
can sneak
You
back
can actually
here.
accomplish something. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nia got food. Megan applied for a few jobs. Good stuff. Good stuff. So here we are. The second hour.
Woo.
We've talked about what we love about horror.
I like horror.
Oh, although we did forget to mention. No, we did. But I was just
No, what are you talking about?
nothing. I was whenever people talk about we like strong female characters, a lot of them are from horror.
Yes. The very first fictional character I ever wrote was horror when I was 15. And it was the first scene. And it was truly like there's a person in the house with a knife, and my heroine is in the house and doesn't know there's a stranger in the house that wants to attack her. And I had no idea what I was doing. However, my mother immediately, I showed it to my mother after I wrote it. And she normally wasn't into that kind of thing, but she was like, this is fantastic, and showed it to all her friends who were like, where's the rest? And it was like, are you kidding? I have no idea what I'm doing. And I guess, in part, why did I write that? Because I was seeing strong female characters in horror. So I felt like as a 15-year-old, I could just jump into that versus a lot of times female characters get sidelined in other media, other genres.
Fridged.
Oh, God, fridge them.
We swear we had no idea.
I mean, like, I was a young woman during that whole Pixie Manic Girl thing with the whole she only exists to help our male protagonist grow as a human being. Like, yes. So, but like, what did I write? To like write a strong female character coping with, the perils of the world. I wrote a horror scene that had me on the edge of my seat. And the reason I wrote it was because I felt a lot of the times when I was alone in the house, I was like, what if there's somebody in the closet and I wouldn't know? I'm just walking around the house vacuuming, totally unaware. And I kept thinking about it, and I was like, well, how would I handle it? And I was like, I don't know, I'd probably scream and just die. But so instead, what I wrote was a female character who does not take this. She does not just get stabbed and die. She's like, she uses a cutting board to defend herself while she's also trying to talk him down from stabbing her. Like, she is not given up without a fight. If I remember correctly in the scene ends when she is able to take this big old cutting board and knock him senseless and run out of the house. Like, she runs out of the house. And that is how the scene ends. Like, it ends with essentially like a happy ending for me of like, I do not want to be stabbed and die in my house, the place that I should feel safest. But as a woman in the mid-90s, I did not. So,
Want to hear a horror story?
Sure.
So,
Do you want to play a game?
my grandfather was in the Canadian Navy, and so he was away at sea for months and months at a time. So it was just my grandmother raising her 4 daughters. And homeless people would like to break into their house a lot. And so they moved all over. This was all in Canada. And so one night, my mom and her sisters are jumping on their bed, and a boot pops out. So they run screaming to their mother, who grabs a kitchen knife and comes downstairs, and it was just a boot. They had shoved all their stuff under the bed, and it had squished it out. I was like, oh my gosh!
I would be like, holy cow. Because apparently, y'all, and like, I hate to inject real life horror. I was just reading an article about being safe when you're at hotels. Apparently, people hiding under beds is a regular problem at hotels.
Backseats of cars, too.
Like people hiding under beds when somebody is checking in and there's already a person hiding under their bed. That is a thing that I did not know existed, but now I'm like, nope. I'm gonna just.
Does better explain why a lot of hotels I've been to, the frame for the bed is just solid. There is no underspace to keep anything.
Right. There's no empty hollow space. It's not like it used to be where if you lifted the mattress, there was empty space under the bed. Now it's solid so that people cannot hide under there because that is a thing now. Yeah, I know. I was like, what?
So sometimes for horror, draw inspiration from real life, man.
Right. Yes.
So I was thinking about some of Maggie's questions before we left.
Okay.
Do definitely go into the problems with horror, such as, slasher horror, and fan idolizing of characters and violent deaths, as well as, psychological horror and mental disability. That, it seems like for every horror movie that gets it right about this stuff, there's 100 that are just absolutely are trash written just to other regular people.
Okay, I'm gonna put my little degree hat back on. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Do it.
Okay, thank you. So here's the thing. Yes, there is plenty and always has been plenty of medium where the mentally ill are portrayed as monsters, or pretty much not even just mentally ill. Like, what is it, that terrible the movie, not the Comics Code. Oh, can you tell I've had several careers?
Hays Code?
The Hays Code. But pre-Hays Code, there was that one about where little people were monstricized. You know what I'm talking about? Like, little people, right? I'm not talking about children.
Yeah.
And I hate to. It's a different F word, but that's the title of the movie. And and I believe it's still on Amazon Prime, y'all. Because I don't think it's under copyright anymore. So for all I know, it's on YouTube as well. I just never looked. I found it by accident on Amazon Prime like over a year ago. It was like, yep, there it is. Because it was like, hey, you might be interested. I'm like, no, no, thank you. But yeah, like it's a circus, but it's like more like a circus of the damned. Yeah, and it's all the bad guys, all the monsters are little people, and a few other people they work with. So, which again, circuses, and that is actually hotly debated about circuses using people with genetic changes and their
abnormalities.
Abnormalities. I don't know. I don't like that word, but
anomalies.
Thank you. Anomalies. Yeah, I would say that anomalies, and monstricizing them as well. And so here's the thing. So in writing, there's a thing that we have to always, as writers, be aware of, and that is what everyone knows. There are things that we don't mention because, of course, everyone knows it. Everyone knows most apples are round, or at least irregularly round. Nobody thinks apples are normally flat. That's not a thing. So we would mention it if the apple was flat. There are things what everyone knows, like, of course, you need a driver's license to legally drive on the public roads. we don't mention it in our stories because it's what everyone knows. But think about 1,000 years from now, they will not necessarily know that if they have an entirely different system of evaluating who can be on the public roads legally and who can't. So, but when we instead put the thing what everyone knows and we put it in our art, like, oh, little people or the mentally ill as monsters, then we as both artists and as the consumers, readers, audience, whatever, can then say, is that actually, while it is what everyone knows, is that what we still want to think? So until we hold it up for review, it's not part of the public conversation because it's the unspoken what everyone knows.
Like, I mean, for me, my favorite, what everyone knows, and the strange reversing of meanings it has caused, was when I saw a movie titled "The Bad Samaritan."
Like
And
all, like the
the whole
good
point of it being the
Samaritan
Good Samaritan
was that the point of what everyone knew at that time was that Samaritans were all bad. This was the exception. He was good.
Mhm.
So to go the bad Samaritan, like, no, that would just be the Samaritan. So again, I think that I don't want people to villainize or monstrosize those who are on the outskirts for whatever their reasons, unless they're, into hating everybody else or eating babies. I mean, there, I said it. But nevertheless, it's still, we need to have the conversations. But we're not going to have the conversations as long as it's something that everyone knows but nobody talks about because they think everyone else agrees with them or that it's not up for public debate any further. And that is the beauty of art. That is why art is so effective and why many governments try to control artists and art schools. Because if you control the art, you control people's thoughts, like everyone's thoughts, not just artists' thoughts.
and like, another example of, I can't believe this is, this is still going on. It's, it's still normal enough that they don't really get that much commentary. Is I think within the last decade, I can't remember his name from the 80s and Lady Hawk.
Oh yes, Rutger Hauer.
Rutger Hauer had a movie literally called Hobo with a Shotgun.
It's a real movie, y'all.
Playing with the one of like, don't trust the homeless.
Yes, again, another thing that morally I do not agree with, but it exists so now we can have an official conversation. Because think about like your regular everyday person. They could say to somebody, I saw this crazy movie, or I saw it on TV, or I heard about it called Hobo with a Shotgun. What do you think about that? And have some very thoughtful conversations. Like, at least where I live, I've had so many earnest, thoughtful conversations with random folks I've met in an alley. Look, it's the Deep South, and that just happens, okay? Like, alleys are not scary here. You just end up there sometimes for a variety of reasons. And I'm just saying, like, it just, even the daylight, it happens. So, but I've had a lot of deep, thoughtful conversations with people who swore to me they never read, they don't watch the news. Seemingly they're claiming a narrative that they're uneducated and uninformed, and yet they want to have these deep, meaningful conversations about society's ills. But the way into it is, again, through medium of like, hey, did you know there's this movie? What do you think about Rutger Hauer with a shotgun against homeless people? And people could say, and in fact, that did happen to me, of like someone said, I think it's this random guy overheard us. He was out in the alley having a smoke break. And he's like, I don't know a lot of homeless, but I've never known one who was like violent, but I've known plenty of people violent against homeless people. So frankly, I would think that if it were a fair movie, the homeless people would be the ones with shotguns to defend themselves. But I don't know. I haven't seen this movie, and I love Rutger Hauer. So where could I rent this?
No, Rutger Hauer is the homeless person with a shotgun.
Well, anyway,
he is now terrorizing people with a shotgun, which is the doing that double whammy of both homeless and mentally ill.
So I think like it's one of those where people complain about art and say, "Oh, somebody put a crucifix in a bottle of urine and put it in an art gallery and said it's art," and it's like, yeah. And while I don't think it's a great idea, it's definitely got people talking about a lot of things, including, well, what is art? What is meaningful art to them? Also,
What is Dada art?
what do we think
I
about?
never understood that movement.
What do we think about a jar of urine being in an art gallery?
Have you been watching Doom Patrol? I think they've been
No.
doing a good job explaining Dadaism.
Yeah, actually, I'm like, it is so Dada. Like at the end of every episode, I'm like, what happened? Did they even move this story forward?
But it is actually Dada.
It is accurate.
Someone is using their degree in art history to write Doom Patrol second season.
I mean, it's entertaining, which is saying a lot because I didn't normally consider Dada incredibly entertaining, but it was an entertaining way to be introduced or to the concept of Dada as an art. Yes, Dada is meant to be upsetting. That is part of it, from what I understand.
Yes, yeah, that was part of the original purpose of what is the point of life when it just seems to be more and more violence, when it's just countries against countries destroying each other.
And the meaningless of how this kind of violence and destruction makes life meaningless. Whether you're living in the war or you survived it, it still takes away the purposefulness and meaningfulness of everyone's lives, whether they survived or didn't survive. Which, again, really needed to be a conversation that was happening, and thankfully did to some degree.
And that is really the purpose of art, is to make you discuss. I mean, how much good and really dumb conversation has there been going around now with DC Comics and, Superman's son being bi?
Oh, no.
I didn't even know he had a son.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they decided to move everything up. There's a TV show on CW with Superman and Lois's two sons. In the comics, he's got his sons there, and Superman just left Earth and left his son to stay as Superman.
Where did he go?
I forget now where they sent
break.
Kal-El.
Mental health break is what
Okay.
I mean, it's exhausting being around humans. Have you met us?
I just cleaned up this mess.
Exactly. This is why we can't have nice things. So that's honestly while yes, I disagree with villainizing mentally ill and anybody who's different or othering or who some people view as other. I'm glad that is still part of the conversation, because to no longer be part of the conversation truly is a death of its own kind.
And
I feel like that's true of good guys as well. The prettier, the more forgiving of all their mistakes.
Yes.
Yes, it is an issue I have with pretty people.
I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy. None of these characters are good people.
Oh.
But I mean, no one is all good or all evil, because
it's not just good people and Death Eaters. It's the best! Oh, I love that scene so much. Thank you, Sirius Black. I love you.
Spence says, maybe it is a personal biases, but when I was studying art history in school, it was just something that always just rang with entitled white dude energy. Sorry, Dada started as a political movement to show the futility of order in a world that is naturally chaotic. They performed acts of violence to prove their point. So
But I think the Dada also shows the problems as well in horror of, with humans, everything is relative, which means everything is contextual. You have to know the context within which the art was made.
Yes.
And it's right there with people, all these. You were looking up something, I can't remember, and it was, and the writer of the horror movie or something is like, oh, it's, you can't put political stuff in there. It's too much effort, or there should be, or something. And it's like,
if you're not intentionally putting it there, people will see it anyway, and they will read what you did not intend.
Oh, I vaguely remember. Yeah, they were saying that their stuff wasn't political, and I'm like, everything's political. If humans are involved, it's political.
And part of the real use of art is to allow us to talk about things safely.
Yes, because we're
like
not talking about a real living person who can have society turn on them. Hence what people are complaining about with cancel culture. But if you're instead talking about art, it's just a thing, or it's an impersonal thing. It's a story. It's a movie. It's not.
It's how we come to a group consensus.
Have their life destroyed.
And it's how we come to a group consensus about what is okay. That's one of the useful things about horror movies. What's okay? As awful as it is, and we now disagree with the views at the time. The slasher flicks of the 80s were about normalizing, well, in the 70s, normalizing what was allowable behavior with women and their own bodies and in their own spaces. Was, the ones who violated what was propriety in society were the ones who died in the movies. And, there you are discussing, like, do you think they should have died?
And that's what would happen, like, at the video store a lot. Is, horror was, aside from new releases, horror was our best renting section. And we had general sections. So we had comedies, we had horror, we had westerns, we had romantic stuff, rom-coms, whatever you want to call it. Hi, Sid. We had, just your basic genres, right? That we had everything sort of sectioned off. But of course, we understood, like, some stuff ended up in other sections, because if it's like a horror comedy, it may end up in comedy one time and then da-da. But, like, horror overall was our number one renter after new releases. And what I found interesting was horror sparked much more conversations with the people renting them, even with the clerks, with our staff, and we're, myself included, of people would come back and say, I watched it, this is what happened, what do you think of that? Like, they wanted to start conversations, including about the morality in various movies. What do you think? You think it's like a totally terrible thing to, like, kiss in the woods? Do you think that's worthy of death? I think that's a bit heavy-handed, and these are holy rollers. Starting to try to spark these conversations with moi, a very irreverent, subversive video store owner. And they knew I was not of, I did not go to any local churches, I'll say it that way. They knew I was a heathen, as they would have put it. But yet they want to have these moralistic conversations, even with me, with the other clerks, with each other. They would bring their friends in to go rent it so they could watch it with them. I appreciated that they wanted to have the conversations, because, talking about it is better than not talking about it, whatever it is, particularly when we're talking about morals or how we're judging people. Yeah, go on.
I'll be perfectly honest. Horror is a hard one for me to watch, because I definitely I do have, some obsessive, thought processes. So even after I watch it, I'll still keep thinking about horror. So I don't watch it as much, but the story ideas are always fascinating. So, I don't remember if I introduced you or if, just YouTube suggested it to you, but, we both have found flicks to go to help just explain what is the story of these movies. And
there's plenty of stories, horror stories in particular. It's like, that looks a little too scary for me. I can't watch that. Sleep for the next month, and I'm gonna need my sleep. So.
And but one that came to mind of, it's very much it's almost allegorical, to truly just it's truly almost meant there to bring up discussion, was one called It Follows. And
That's a good one.
it essentially is the concept of being tainted by sexual contact. And
that soundtrack gives me the creeps.
and the movie is just good as a horror movie unto itself, but the basic question is one, we face all the time as we grow up into adults, and then how we handle the adult world of, is sex outside of marriage with a single person ever a othering event? Like, are you forever tainted now? Are you, a less pure, a less trustworthy person?
Mm-hmm.
Is what this horror movie, ends up bringing up as a discussion.
Yes.
Now, does anyone in the movie really talk about that? Not really.
Especially since one of the big tropes was the slutty girl gets killed off first.
Yeah, the slasher flicks really brought in this sexual morality horror tropes.
Yes. But I mean, honestly, like thinking about like our customers who used to rent those, they were grappling with it. Like they often were born into rather conservative
Fundamental.
families that had very strict moral codes, and they were trying to figure out what they believed. And are there circumstances where what they think is a good or correct moral code, are there some circumstances where this wouldn't apply necessarily? And I appreciate that at least they were open to thinking about it, to considering implications, and trying to find circumstances to be more flexible in. Because that's important.
Like, are some of the moral things that your parents grew up with, your grandparents, are they a bit too antiquated?
Right? Are they restrictive and controlling in a very unjust way?
And that's why we actually kind of see this change of horror from the 60s and 70s being, that's where we got Poltergeist, not Poltergeist.
The Exorcist.
The Exorcist, of, these religious horror movies and demonic. And it sort of went into the slasher of more sexual mores as a response to the sexual freedom of the 60s. Of, but before that, it had been more of the, changing religions. Changing religions was a big thing up until the very recent decades. And so we see horror kind of tackle whatever is the current response questions to, is this new norm okay, or do we need to be more conservative and maybe revert back to the previous views?
I think it's also a rather interesting take that, so all these people that I knew around here who love like horror films, particularly slasher flicks and so on, who grew up very conservative, and here they are like, and I mean, I would hear this is a feedback I would get of, here they are grappling with, but the bad guy is the one who's killing people for being sexually liberated, for, like, wait, what does that imply about me? Like, I enjoyed this movie, but I don't want to be the bad guy. Also, murder be bad. So, hold up. And people having to essentially, how do I say this?
Take a look at themselves.
Cis-het folks having to actually, like, do a little bit of an identity journey that, they're used to being at the top of the crowd bucket. They're middle class. They've got all the privilege. They have this conservative viewpoint. They're surrounded by other people with similar conservative viewpoint. And yet, this movie they really like has brought up some troubling questions about morality that they would not have questioned probably otherwise. Like, no one else in their life would have brought this up because they're in an echo chamber. They're growing up in a close-knit community. And I really appreciate about them, even though, yeah, I am really not normally into slasher flicks. In fact, sometimes I find them boring. However, that said, I adore Final Girls. It is such an amazing movie, and I will watch it again and again.
Is
So
it based off of the book Final Girl
no, I
that
don't.
just came out?
I don't know. Actually, I have no idea.
Hmm.
It came out in 2015, and
No, this movie or book just came out. I think more
and
recently.
I love this movie.
And they go into a 80s slasher flick
Yes.
as modern day teenagers, in part because they watch it because one of the actors who played one of the characters is one of the character we follow, the main character's mother, and it's you can't save her. This isn't even your mother. This is the character in the
Character your mother played in a movie from the 80s. And
movie. Do you still rescue them?
And they try, and it has between hilarious to disastrous results as they try to save each of the characters from the fate of this slasher flick, that they are very familiar with this movie, but they are now in it, and they are also trying not to die. And I know it sounds strange. I go, it's a lot of fun. It's a fun movie to watch. It was fun. I very much enjoyed it.
Especially when they accidentally kill the final girl. And it's like, well, who's going to kill the bad guy now?
Don't ruin it for them, Tom. This is a fun movie.
But I'm just saying, it ends up with this, what happens when you break the tropes?
Yeah, what happens? And so it is, from a writing perspective, it was actually a really fun movie also to watch.
To me, the most fun part that I just applaud them for making it so fun instead of just trying to take advantage of the stereotypes is what they do with the sluttiest character. Who just has an instinct to strip at the drop of a hat.
Her from sexual contact with anyone in the film, because as soon as she makes out with someone, she dies. So they've got her they've got kitchen mitts duct taped onto her. They've got her covered in clothes and trying to keep her from taking her clothes off. It is hilarious as they try to keep her from making out with anyone. They got her in a helmet, a football helmet, I think, or a hockey helmet or something, so she can't kiss anybody. They're trying to save her, but she's a puppy of a human, and she's just following her storyline. Oh, it's hilarious, y'all. It is fun from a viewer's perspective.
But so it's really conflicted about on the one hand, there's a lot of these movies that it is awful the way they portray it. It is not something I would ever recommend for, to show someone you like and then, be like, I like this movie. But at the same time, even in those, awful movies, you're like, this is the worst morals who ever wrote this story. I never want to have a meal with them, let alone be in the same, hotel. But it does seem to always invariably bring up in regular people the conversations they would not otherwise have. It does make people think, even though it is always, it's a simple story. It is easy to understand, purposefully.
Yeah, these slasher flicks do not have complicated plots at all. They do not have... Well, often the killer has no actual stated motivation. We don't...
They're a force of nature.
Yeah.
It took the guy on Found Flicks 45 minutes to explain the entire story set across all, 6 paranormal movies?
I've seen the first one. Once.
You should watch the Found Flicks. It is fascinating, the story they're trying to tell with this. Although it does continue the classic, they were all bad people. Anyone who seems good in this movie, they were bad too. You'll just find out at a later date how they were bad.
For me, it's hard sometimes because you come across the TV show Hannibal. I love it to bits. Mm-hmm. It is gorgeously shot. The sound design is amazing. The acting is phenomenal. The writing is superb. And then the fandom happened. And the fandom drags the whole thing through the mud. and it's egged on by the showrunner. But it's just like sometimes you love something and you want to talk about it with somebody, but nobody else will give it a chance because the fandom has ruined it or something like that. And it's just like,
now you know my entire existence reading as a white man. I'm not allowed to,
Tom's mad that like white guys have ruined Hawaiian shirts for him.
Well, also, like, I can't complain or say
y'all.
anything negative about the all-female Ghostbusters reboot
He's so salty.
because there's so much assumptions that are brought in about why I'm complaining.
Did you see the new trailer?
Yes.
Oh, I'm looking forward to.
Yes.
Joe Blow actually did this basic synopsis for the first 2/3 of the movie. And it's like, still sounds good. Like this is what I want to see in a soft reboot of an IP.
Yeah.
This will bring in new fans. I can still enjoy it. There's no problems for anyone.
Yeah.
No, I'm really looking forward to it, but like I can't, but because of the toxic stuff, I can't really discuss with anyone the problems with the all-female Ghostbusters movie. Of like, I love all these actresses, but
That movie
the
was terrible.
storyline, why
So
it
crappy.
Oh my god.
So bad. Why it be so bad?
Convoluted and just.
It's just also badly written. Like this needed so many more rewrites than it got, and
also
these
like the whole thing with Chris
deserved
Evans.
better.
Not Chris Evans.
Chris
Other one.
Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth.
Pick a Chris.
If you did that with a female character, everyone would acknowledge you're an awful writer. This is an awful stereotype. There's nothing funny about this. But it's a man. It's fine now, right? It's like, no, it's not fine with anyone.
Still bad.
It's still bad. But yeah, that's kind of the problems with the toxic fandoms that rise up sometimes. It's like, I'm not disagreeing it's bad, but the stupid things people are saying is bad make it hard to have the real conversations. Like, you are not the first person I have heard talk about Hannibal that way. It was so well written. It's
the
so
cat
well
and mouse
done.
game and the reversals. It's just chef's kiss.
But
it's how to watch a Hufflepuff turn into a Slytherin. Like it is so good.
But it makes it hard to have those conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's it's the same problem with satire. If it's too close for the average person to notice it, then you can't. It's hard to have those conversations of the deeper meanings.
When you want to complain about the reboot but don't want to have the sexist comments, just go with it wouldn't have been bad if it wasn't right there at the ass end of the cringe humor craze. just no more Paul Feig or whatever. Just I'm losing, like right there with J.J. Abrams. I'm just losing interest. He peaked with Mr. Feeney.
Yeah. I mean, apparently there are other ways to use this to, entertain yourself. From Charlie's, just one of the reasons why I will always defend Star Wars sequel trilogy. I like to see those people's heads explode.
Yep.
Okay, there's problems with The Force Awakens, but I enjoy that movie. It was fun.
Are we talking about?
That's the first one, Glory. We liked it, kind of.
Yeah.
All right, it's not well done.
It wasn't great,
but you're trying to satisfy. But yeah, you're trying to satisfy old and new alike. Okay.
It's going back to practical effects. I can dig it.
Yeah, I have entire headcanon for like I only got halfway through the next movie. What would that be? Number 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I only got halfway.
I fell asleep
pretty
through
much
that one,
cave,
but I turned it on at 10:00 at night. So
the Porg
never finished it,
and that was where I was done. I think I technically fell asleep and just never wanted to go back to it. But I have headcanon for the 8th and 9th movies, and I frankly think my idea of what the movies should have been amazing and it's not just my ego saying that. Yes, the Flash Gordon of the modern day. The Force was at least fun. The Skywalker one makes me so mad. As I said, like, it could have been a lot. It, I hear they're redoing them again. So
Yeah.
Maybe one day they'll get it right. You just, if you throw enough money at it. Yeah, I just
hush up, Charlie. Just hush. I know what you're doing. Stop it.
Okay, you know what's sad? I loved it when I came out of the theater. And the more I thought about it, the less I liked it. I was like, darn it. It has some great cinematography.
But while nostalgia is not a plot element, it's also why do you think people are going to see a known IP sequel? They're not going for original story. They're going for continuing a known.
It may
element.
not be a plot element, but it is a draw.
Yeah,
and that's why you're doing
seats.
That's why you're doing a sequel. You're not, instead of doing an original.
Right.
You want to do an original, you do Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah.
That's an original.
She marries
IP.
the dog. It's great. She married Toto. I'm so glad Dorothy got to live happily ever after with Toto. She definitely deserved to have the dog of her dreams as Channing Tatum. No, I actually love this movie, and I mean that. I mean it. I think it's hilarious that she ended up with Toto, but I also love it, and I've watched it more times than I will admit.
Only saw the trailer. That was enough for me.
Yep. See, y'all, it's like, look, don't look for deep meaning or anything in Jupiter Ascending. It's just a fun movie that maybe needed to get workshopped a little more, sure. So don't look at the plot holes, but it's just fun. Like, it's just fun. Have a good time. That's all. And it is a pretty movie. It's a very pretty movie.
Yes.
So sometimes you just want to see a pretty movie. She ends up with the dog. I'm like, finally somebody did it. We've all talked about, like, gosh, I wish my favorite dog was a human. And then, Wachowski was like, yeah, let's make that happen. And I'm like, she got balls. So, cool. That one was kind of horrific too, honestly. I was like, you're doing what? You're harvesting people? Anyway, so
I just think of it as horrific. Like female Dune.
Oh, really? That was...
Yeah.
I only got through the first Dune movie once in my life. I was in a very weird moment.
There's a better phrase there. Yeah, I'll go with that one, Spence.
Oh, instead of a plot? Yeah, I would agree. Like, it's not transferable.
Yeah.
Besides, if that's what you want to do, if you don't want a plot, you just want to offer up nostalgia, that's what TV shows are for. People are apparently totally okay with a TV show about nothing. So you can do it with TV much more readily than with movies that are expected to go somewhere.
Here's the line of, how to get a lot of, how to get people upset. That's called NCIS. We're going to replay the same story over and over.
It is amazing how many times they've reused their own plots, their own actual scripts in different seasons. Like, I wouldn't think you could get away with it in the 21st century, but I've learned. Yes.
Just do a spin-off and set it in another city.
Multiple times. And then run the same scripts.
Yes. It's like... It's a lot of audacity, I'll say that. Obviously, people were okay with it, or else they just needed something to fill that time slot. I'm not really sure. I don't quite understand things. Spence.
Spence is just over here losing it. They're having a bad trip down memory lane.
I
mean, she's not wrong.
I love it. I love it.
It's just there's so many issues.
Okay. It's all okay. There.
Why wouldn't Leia hug Chewbacca and go for Rey instead? Like, what? What? Throw everything out the window. Chewie deserves a hug.
I would agree. Chewie deserves a lot.
There just really weren't enough tables flipped.
Agreed. I agree on that as well.
All right.
And on that note, let's go to break. And when we come back,
Let's all take a break.
let's take a little break. Maybe have a little walkie. Maybe get a little snack, whatever you need. Maybe just a moment of self-care. When we come back, we're going to talk about brainstorming, possible solutions, and our final thoughts about horror as a genre, as well as injecting horror into other kinds of stories. It definitely has its place, and I think it's often underutilized with writers, particularly newer writers or less confident writers. You can put horror in anything. Let me tell y'all, I have written horror in just doing a nonfiction about how I ended up making a recipe, and like have gotten letters from people of like, I was on the edge of my seat. You have to let me know. Do you have all your fingers now? You can write horror in any genre, including nonfiction, and it truly leave readers satisfied. So it's something that I want everyone to try to put in their repertoire if it's not already. And if it is in your repertoire, help the rest of us out. So, so we will go to break, and when we come back, we will talk about all the good stuff. So see you in a minute. Well, hello there.
Found the right tab.
Yay. Just going to point out that wonderful timer was made by Laura.
That's why there was a familiar puppy in it.
Yes. Fluffy puppy butt. How did everybody do?
I worked.
I'm setting up my planner for next year.
What did I do? I posted to Instagram because I meant to like several hours ago. Whatever. And look, better to do it at all, I guess.
I
And
am so pale.
what is pale?
Me.
Oh, well, join the club. My skin tone is blood. That's all I got for color. Tom?
I'm debating Maggie.
How's it going?
I'm sticking with my guns, and I'm totally ready to accept the challenge.
Uh-huh.
One sec.
Okay. So here we are. The third hour. Horror. It's what's for dinner.
I think Megan has a good point of, isn't being a writer a great way to
Avoid the
get that
sun.
pale look?
No
That,
matter
like,
your race.
I was gonna say, like, Chandra has to fight to keep any kind of, melanin in that skin. Like, just being a writer, just your body just goes, oh, we don't need protection from the sun. We're going to stay inside now. But yes, I've been talking because Maggie posted this question,
The horror dystopia overlap.
to which I responded,
Is in dystopia when horror is normalized and expected.
I can kind of see that.
and Maggie, just not quite there. It's like, oh, I'm totally ready to rewrite any of these movies in a quote unquote, contemporary setting, and showing how if the same events happen to that person, it's a horror movie.
I considered all dystopias horror. Are they not horrifying?
I mean, even The Giver, to me, is horrifying.
Yes.
You're not allowed to really have emotions in this society, or you're going to be ostracized. Like, that's pretty severe.
Yeah, because to live outside
Fahrenheit
of that utopia
451
is to die.
Fahrenheit 451 would be both.
I would say
But to me, it's like dystopia is a type of horror.
Yeah.
In that you're now in a society that says, "Oh, this is fine.
Yes.
This is not a problem." You're like, but there's a machine that eats people that just goes down the street. Why do we not get rid of this machine? Because it's always been there. It's fine. No, it's not.
I really liked the episodes of the old Twilight Zone show where they were kind of horrific a little bit. Like the one where the woman gets the facial surgery and the doctors are like, oh, I'm so sorry. We couldn't fix you. You look horrendous. And they take the wrappings off and she's the most gorgeous woman ever. But everybody else has pig faces. And so I thought that was a really cool commentary. And it is pretty horrific with the
Yeah.
the wrappings and
the disgust. Like,
expectations.
it has
Yeah.
all the elements required to be horror. Like I read the Hunger Games, the whole series, and from the very first, I knew what I was getting into, and I read it too, because I read it to be part of our library systems book club when I was still a new librarian, and I knew what I was getting
Audiobooks
into.
are really good.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, the book reads really fast. I read it in a weekend. But I found that to be horrifying. A world where it's okay to kill children for entertainment and as a means of political control and economic control too. That seemed horrifying to me. One of the most horrifying books I've ever personally read, where I didn't know what I was getting into and realized like halfway through I'm reading a horror book, was Guards by Terry Pratchett. There are so many people who I've gotten to read it who go, I did not see the horror element. And I'm like, you did not see a lottery to sacrifice people to a dragon as horrifying? People who did not volunteer, my dad. Specifically virgins? And these were not old maids, no less. These were not like old ladies who were already in the retirement home like, yeah, this seems like a way to go. No, these were young people who did not volunteer. And, their society is like, look, you're in the lottery whether you want to be or not. You did not find that horrifying, but yeah, pretty much Tom is the only person I got to read it who did find it horrifying, but everybody else was like, no, that's not horrifying. And I'm like, what kind of world do you think you live in already? That this is normalized for you. I have always considered dystopian stories to be an outcropping of horror. It's more like the horror is society, so like 1984 to me is horrifying. Even though it's about a bad librarian, y'all. It's a bad librarian. Yeah, I made moral judgments. So, Animal Farm, that's horrifying to me. Some animals are more evil than others. Oh, guess what? They're going to come for glory next. So, how is dystopia not horror?
It's like a flavor of horror. It's a subgenre.
Yeah.
But it's right there with what people are dealing with, currently. As has become a regular, response of reframing the news in the way it's, entitled, of every time you see in America of, oh, someone, did this great big gift act, but why did they have to? That is a horrible situation in the first place. Why did this kid have to raise $4,000 just so his classmates could eat lunch? Right. That's an awful thing. That is a horror. It's more of like, do people recognize it, the horror of it, or do they pretend that this is just fine? That this is acceptable? That's really what the Great Panini has really been about, of, do people recognize the horror they perpetrate on others? Or do they go, no, my world's fine, so it doesn't matter what your world is?
That was the mindset before the Panini, but it's just gotten worse.
I say it's just more of the just ruined every zombie movie ever. Like, we can no longer just talk about isn't that awful? Isn't it tragic what happened? Now it's all right. Where's all the selfies with the zombies?
It's called Shaun of the Dead.
Good point. And Fido.
Haven't seen that one.
Oh, that one's right up your alley.
Really, yeah. Like,
no,
that's
now there can never be a zombie movie without a scene where there's hundreds of people with protest signs saying, "I will not live in fear."
Again, go watch Fido.
Yes.
Starring,
recommend.
What's our favorite? One of our favorite Scots with the thickest accent ever.
Is it Connolly? It's last name Connolly, right?
Yeah.
Billy, Michael, somebody Scottish.
Sounds right.
You know, the comedian.
The tall one.
That is really funny as long as you don't try to listen to him when he's at home.
Or stand up. I require.
Yeah, don't listen to a stand up at home when he's back in Scotland.
It's so thick, y'all.
But yeah, he stars as the zombie Fido.
Yes, it's actually a really sweet, lovely zombie movie. That's how Tom got me to watch it, and I did enjoy it. But again, it does ask some questions about:
is it a horror? Is it a dystopia? Or is this just fine and how society should be? Because say, what if the zombie outbreak happened in the 1950s? They overcame it after a few years and it domesticated the zombies.
As well as like lived in gated communities in order to keep people safe. Is it okay? Is it okay to enslave people who have been made into zombies as minor servants / pets? And how is that much different from a lot of domestic servitude that we accept as it's fine that they're there and they can't afford to leave this job? That they're stuck and they have to deal with however they're treated, however they're marginalized, they at least are getting rent. But it's done as a lovely, heartwarming children's / family movie. So good times. That is one of the things I like about horror is it truly is art. Even at its worst, it is different enough that we can have conversations about what do you think about this? Is there a situation where this would be okay? Or is it always never okay? And what would you do if something like that happened to you? Like, I can't tell you how many times my mother accidentally ended up seeing like a horror movie on TBS in the middle of the night. And we regularly go walking on walking tracks. And she would be like, okay, so let me tell you the whole synopsis. And then want to make sure that I understood, like, in this situation, you should do this instead. Like, I would essentially then get, feedback on how these characters acted. You should instead do this. Or if you find you're in this kind of situation and it looks like this particular situation for the movie, we would debate what would be the more appropriate response that would be most likely to mean I would survive or she would survive or whatever. And this was regular conversations that I had with my mother because she wanted me to have these conversations. It made her feel like I would be more likely to survive the world. And I found them kind of amusing, so I went along with it. I mean, zombies aren't people anymore. I mean, I've heard that about people from other countries and people of other races, and I've heard people say it to my face in my lifetime, and they meant it sincerely. Well, they're not real citizens, so they don't need they're not entitled to life-saving healthcare.
Oh no! My favorite one. You deal with this all the time. Actually, everyone else here does. Of the, just remember, women express their pain more quickly than men. So just assume it's about half the pain that they say it is.
I would be happy to give everyone the links to the scientific journal articles about this. That doctors discount the pain and are taught in medical school to discount the pain of women and minorities.
Okay.
Yep. Let me tell you about the grief I had to process for a solid week and a half recently about that.
But I do actually have my own little short TED Talk on why, no matter the status, of, the being while you still treat them well?
It does have to talk about this. So this is actually something brought up, like, I believe it is the story people are familiar with is, I want to say it's David versus Goliath. So back then, there were apparently various groups of people in that little section of the Middle East, like let's say all the Middle East, though, for this argument. They did not view all of each other from different groups as what we would say human. Like, so I get to now talk about my favorite subject, cannibalism. I know, like, there's a reason in my family they had to make up a rule no talking about cannibalism at the dinner table when we have guests, and I'm the reason. So.
Oh, really? Because you just went, hey, let me talk about, religious history. And it's like, go on. I've got plenty to add.
But again, like, it was a lot of these religious discussions in the Bible are offshoots of larger conversations that were being had at the time. We know because we found more tablets. Because it's wrong to eat people from your tribe because they are human. But it's morally acceptable to eat people from other tribes because they're not human. The idea of human or humanity was viewed differently not that long ago. Like, I'm not talking about 100,000 years ago. I'm talking about 4,000 years ago. So, and it had never occurred to me before that we didn't view all hominids as human and therefore beyond the realm of dinner. Like, as the dinner, not like at the dinner. Because, like, y'all know, I grew up in it. Our mother wasn't like strictly kosher, but she was like sort of kosher. And eating other people is definitely not kosher in the household we grew up in. Like, you can't make that kosher the way our mother raised us. There's just no way to make it kosher. And, like, she'd flip out if there was hair in the food. So
it helped that she was relatively hairless.
People in glass houses. So it is something, though, that we have essentially, as a group, as a species, have been talking about for a very long time. When do creatures become unacceptable to eat? And it's a much closer conversation than a lot of people realize. Well, so, yeah, it was okay to eat people of other skin tones because, right, they're not human like us. They're different. They're different enough that they're edible. Yep, they did used to eat mummies, which were of their own species, and yet I guess they're long dead, so it's okay. I don't understand. Like, they were supposed to be health benefit. It was terrible.
I think Maggie will, of course, be addressing this subject in her books. Because she does just love to mess with her readers.
Yep. So,
and what's okay?
I like horror because at least we can have these conversations that you're not supposed to talk about cannibalism at the dinner table, Glory, but at least in horror we can talk about it. And nobody goes no, this is too soon to talk about it. Like, gun access. Oh, right after a shooting. No, it's too soon to talk about it. Like, but when you can talk about it? In a story. Nobody's like, oh, it's too soon. Because it's a story, you can read it anytime. You can read it when you want to. You can watch it when you want to. I love that about it. There's a reason why artists are considered dangerous to society. And that's because we shake it up. So, when there's something you don't like about society that you live in, or you don't like about something you have to, like, live your life, like, maybe you're like me when I was 15 and afraid that there were killers in every closet of our house, waiting till I was alone. If that's what you don't like, then put it in a horror context. So at least other readers then start thinking, but where am I okay with this? Where's my comfort level? Because how else will the conversation get started about the things we don't talk about? Why is it that, every woman I know everywhere always feels not entirely safe walking in a parking lot? She may feel 99% safe, but she never feels 100% safe. And I know so many men who will blink at me and go, wait, you mean there are parking lots where you don't feel safe? Because it's never occurred to them before to not feel safe in at least certain parking lots. And I don't know what that's like to have places where I feel 1000% safe. It never even occurred to me somebody could assault me. I don't, because
Every time,
I'm expecting assault in my own closet, let alone the parking lot, a public
every
parking
time
lot.
I have to work an evening shift and I have to walk to my car because we have to park in like the back half of the lot,
Mm-hmm.
I call my mom. I walk to
Mm-hmm.
my car on my phone.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, when I deliver food, when I get out of my car, I just pretty much by habit turn on my camera, so I can at least take pictures of whatever happens or take video.
But all these things where we feel unsafe or we feel like an injustice has been done to us, like where was it? Where was it? Yes, this one. Oh, it makes me so angry. I know the truth of it. It's true, but also it makes me so angry that I live in a world like this, that women of color are viewed by medical staff and trained to view medical staff. Medical staff is trained to view women of color as hysterical and drug seeking. When you encounter this, may I recommend horror as a way to raise awareness in an entertaining way that sticks with people. My ideal horror or thriller or suspense is the kind that haunts a reader. I want to live in their head rent-free forever. I want them to think about the story that I've written, they've read. Anytime there's a situation that triggers the memory of this story. I want them to think about it so much that they end up having real conversations with real people about it. Because how else can we have change if we don't even have conversations?
You want to bring up your reasoning for that horror story I should write? We were talking about earlier.
Which one?
The ventriloquist dummies.
What about it? What?
Remember, I was talking about the. I can't remember what YouTuber you were watching.
You mean Pushing Up Roses? Because she just did one about Goosebumps versus the Twilight Zone episode that both had dummies in it.
Yeah, and what I noticed was the not really the tropes, but the storytelling elements of a ventriloquist dummy horror story. I was kind of surprised that I've never heard those or seen it used as an allegory for spousal abuse much.
Oh, that's right. And I'd said I had seen there's of course Meet the Robinsons uses it as a reference to domestic abuse in there, which I thought actually was very interesting. Even when I first saw it, I was like, oh, finally somebody's addressing this, because but then they totally pulled their punch at the end. But yeah, that it is a way to talk about domestic abuse or controlling relationships, abusive relationships, using the trope of dolls and ventriloquist dummies and so on.
No one believes you that this thing could in any way control you, that it could be of any kind of threat.
You mean how people, especially up until very recently, were men can't be abused in domestic relationships at all, whether with no matter what other person they're in a relationship with or people, they can't. Even tall, white, strong men can't. And abuse is funny that way.
It comes in so many flavors.
It's so versatile. It goes with everything. It's that one dress you can wear at any event. So yeah, there's a lot of different fun, twisty ways to take something that people think is everyday, and if you shine a lens in a slightly warped way, they will see the horror of reality. It's not okay. We live in a dystopia. Like, I don't mean to ruin anybody's fun, but even 20 years ago, we were living in a dystopia. How else, though, will people recognize it if we don't call attention to it in an entertaining narrative? Be the subversive I believe you all can be. Let's see, Becky says, and the way influencers basically spout the rhetoric of whoever's pulling their strings. Yes.
I mean, I can't remember who it was. I had to have been a YouTube thing brought up of like all the paid product and advertisement placement, even on Saturday Night Live in the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Of the, how often, no, there's a reason why you're seeing Red Lobster or Burger King or stuff of like, no, these were paid for to be there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not coincidence.
That's how Chuck got another season. Subway.
Mm-hmm.
We got like another 3 seasons out of that.
But
Yeah,
like horror and just stories in general are ways of getting people to have conversations they do not feel safe having any other way. Like, it's hard to find a safe way to discuss this with others, but if it's an entertaining media format, then you can essentially also talk with others about it and find out essentially who you can be safe around discussing this if you need this kind of help. Like, it's also like how we identify our people is by sharing media and seeing what their opinions are versus yours.
Mm-hmm. It is a safe way to essentially have a sounding board to find out who is an ally if you are in a situation. Hi, Devin. Oh, I hear the cry.
I can't tell if she's fussy or getting excited because it's bath time.
Yeah, sometimes it is hard to tell.
I mean,
So,
as long as she's not throwing things.
yeah. So, like, that's what I would suggest as, like, a way to inject or a reason to inject horror into any story. When you are trying to draw attention to something that you are dissatisfied with, or that you consider unjust, or unfair, or just wrong. You know, children shouldn't be hungry. They got enough problems.
And
So-
horror is just like any other genre where you should be considerate and careful about what you're writing. Sensitivity readers are great, and just
Another thing we
try
were
and
talking about.
elevate it.
Let's say another thing Gloria and I were talking about a couple days ago was how Dave Chappelle in the 90s would just tear apart the current Dave Chappelle for what they're saying and doing. Of why are you making comedy about people who do not have power? Why are you
Dave
ridiculing
Chappelle
those people?
in the 90s and early 2000s was about punching up and taking power down several notches. And it's not humor. It's easy, but it's not actually comedy to just mock and make fun of and punch down people who are already in less powerful or less safe positions. That is not comedy. Comedy is art. So why are you bullying? Because that's what bullying is you're picking on people who already have less power, less control, and less, autonomy in our society. That's just called bullying. That's the problem with bullying.
Why are you not conforming to my standards?
Comedy is supposed to take the piss out of the power. but in a way that's palatable to power, so that your message gets farther communicated without getting cut off by power. And honestly, to a certain degree, horror is like that as well. Horror is trying to communicate a lot about the world, but in a more palatable fashion.
I mean, Maggie was bringing up for dystopia's Mad Max, and to which I kind of
I
think
always
of.
thought that was horror.
It's like I thought Mad Max was horror, and I thought the twist was the question. Actually, okay, not Mad Max. The Road Warrior, the very original.
Yeah.
To me, the twist and the real question of when you watch that movie is, all right, who is the monster here? Is it Max, or is it the bikers? The bikers started out as the monsters, but we see what Max becomes is Max the monster.
I have never seen Twister, but I think it's a disaster movie with a tornado.
Yeah, it's a disaster. I saw it way too many times.
And what do you think, Tom?
While it is a disaster movie, and a lot of that, sort of can be considered horror, this one doesn't have the prime elements of horror. There's not
where it's coming and you can't get away, and
there's no going back to the way it was.
And what did you say?
And there's no going back to how your life was.
Yes.
All the people survive in Twister.
So that horror has the element of a tragedy that you can't come back from. Like, the people in this tragedy will not get a normal life again. It's irreversible. Their tragedy is irreversible, and that is like required for it to be horror versus just a regular old tragedy. As well as to have that disgust or revulsion or loathing in there as well. It needs to have a strong emotional element.
Like, if the scientists forced others into a situation that got several of them killed as they were trying to get the data about tornadoes, that would make it horror, because the scientists would essentially be the antagonist that, these people suffered from. But since it's just people pursuing their interest and their wants, and they're purposely putting themselves in these situations, and everyone else is just dealing with, an act of God that they're doing their best to compensate for, but is not unexpected, that's where it loses the horror element. There's plenty of people who live in Tornado Alley. You expect tornadoes. You have things designed to handle and deal with tornadoes. It doesn't always succeed, and that's why it's a tragedy, and why it can be a tragedy, but it's not horror. Horror is where your agency is taken away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where the protagonist's agency is taken away, and they have to fight to regain it.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to read the 9 possible endings of a horror?
Okay, go for it.
Go ahead.
Get it.
I mean, really, if we're going to have someone who, loves horror like Laura, yeah, absolutely. Let's get the real... Let's get the, essence.
So this is Riding in the Dark by Tim Wagner. And let's see. He goes over, it's 8 or 9 possible endings. Where art thou? Find. Oh my gosh, I cannot find it. Okay.
In the meantime, Maggie asks, how do you feel about procedurals turning into the horror genres? I consider it sort of their natural place, because You know, how to me, how do you have a police procedural without, you know, a mention of Jack the Ripper?
I found it. And I enjoyed the more horror aspect episodes of Criminal Minds.
Mm-hmm.
Those ones were more fun. Okay. So here we go. So either the main character escapes hell, they conquer hell, they're eternally damned, they escape with severe wounds and scars, they are transformed by hell, they carry hell with them, or drags others to hell, or brings hell to them. And the last one is they become the devil.
Okay, this explains a lot about most of the music videos Lil Nas X has been doing. like his music videos have literally covered, offhand, I can think of at least 6 of those. Has literally been the storyline for the music video.
Nice. So
I didn't realize they were, you know, horror, but raises a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I like the escapes with severe wounds and scars ending, where it's it did some damage, but you can still escape it, and there's still something for you after. It won't be the same, but there's still something for you.
Yeah, your world has been altered, but it's still a world you can live in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Readers love emotional damage.
Yeah.
Lasting emotional damage. I mean, yeah, you can have
There's
some physical,
emotional, spiritual. There's all these different damages you can do.
of like, yeah, you can, you know, everyone can get hurt physically, you know, as a reminder, but the mental damage that you're just never going to entirely recover from. Readers will just always eat that one up. Of like, how do you continue on? How do you form a whole life?
Mm-hmm. Although most of the ones I write, they succumb. So I don't know.
Yeah, I can tell you have a heavy influence from H.P. Lovecraft.
Which I've only ever read one of his short stories.
Maybe you're just into derivative Lovecraft.
I think so.
Well, don't forget, like I say Lovecraft, but you know, truth be told,
horror.
Lovecraft has been, because he was fine with other people writing in his universe, has definitely had a lot of influence in horror in general, without a lot of people realizing it, because it's, you know, 2 and 3 steps removed. And it's like, no, it's fine. You may, you know, you probably haven't realized because you haven't. But once you study a couple of Lovecraft stories, you'll start to go, wait a minute, is that where they got all these ideas? And that's where they got this stuff? It's like,
I've studied stuff that studies Lovecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, Lovecraft is very much a proto, you know, part of the well you go to for horror creativity.
For sure. Yeah, it's just like the beginning of this book goes over why horror, why does it matter, and it's really interesting because it's hard. Like, I hate crying.
And say, after reading some of your horror stories, they really do remind me of the difficulties of when you're overwhelmed, when life has not prepared you for those situations.
Yeah. It's just also hard when you love horror and you want to write it, and your family is like, that's gonna like bring you down emotionally and make your depression even worse, and why are you going down this route? Is just gonna make everything spiral, and don't do it. And so it's really hard to try and have a zest for it and want to do it when there's all these people saying horror is evil, or horror is just, it's just gore, or horror is just taking advantage of people. Like,
when we were earlier last week, when we were trying to come up with a title for this episode, it was pretty much just me telling Tom every negative thing people have told me, like, as they've lumped horror, you know, And I was just like told him every terrible thing I've ever been told about horror. And from there, he was trying to make, a title that at least
An
gets
engaging
people...
title.
A what?
An engaging title.
Yes, an engaging title.
By the way, whoever removed their thumbs down, how dare you?
How dare you? We loved that thumbs down. Anyway,
You know how hard it is for us to earn a thumbs down?
Yeah. Let's see. Like, I was just like, okay. So some of the titles we didn't go with. And then, which the last one is the one we went with. Is it horror without a monster? Can it be horror without being scary? Is horror thriller or are thrillers horror? Can it be horror without a moral? Can it be horror without a body count? Do good people die in horror? Is horror easy to write? Is all horror just trashy writing? Is horror only for weak people? Is horror easy to write stories for weak people? And then we went with, is horror just simple stories for weak people? Because I was told that for literally decades of my life of,
oh yeah,
only weak people like horror, or simple-minded people,
morally
simple people. Oh, the worst among the intelligentsia, y'all, is morally simple people like horror. Versus, are you kidding? Horror is complex and it's fun and it can be feminist and it can be exciting and thrilling and it can definitely be thought-provoking.
Yeah, what was that one
has
with?
A wonderful place.
What was that one we really enjoyed with? Just it's a gorgeous movie to watch from the early 2000s. The Cell.
Oh yes. Oh, let me tell you how much shit I got from my family, not Tom, but like my mother and my then husband for how many times I've watched The Cell. Like, so much poo-pooing. And I'm like, it is beautiful and it is twisted. And I love that whole Victorian medicine aesthetic or Victorian dissection aesthetic. Y'all.
And it's the same reason why I love
the only person
movie.
I've ever tried to stab, okay? Like, it's not like it's a hobby for me. But I can debone a chicken fast. So, like, what's the big deal? It is an interesting movie. The storyline is dark and twisted and wonderful, and it's aesthetically beautiful. Why are we putting immoral ideas onto the people who enjoy it when it's just art? It's not reality. And I mean, yes.
And art is subjective, and if you like it, you like it, and if you don't, then that's not your cup of tea.
Exactly, but it doesn't mean anything about the people it is in their cup of tea, other than it only means it's their cup of tea. That's it. That's literally what it means, is they like drinking from that cup. And, I don't think art causes mental health issues. But gosh, our society does have some ideas. Not trying to single out anyone, because I've certainly heard it. My parents are very much against me watching anything scary or reading anything scary, because they're like, oh, it'll upset your mind. You'll have nightmares and you could then get depression. And I'm like, I don't think that's how depression works. But like, my father was very adamant about it could cause depression in me. What? Like, when I'm unhappy with the story, I'll put it down. Like, what's the big deal?
Mm-hmm.
And I've certainly had friends tell me the same thing. People who I had before that point trusted their opinion. And, then they said stupid shit to me like that. As if, like, reading romance novels will make me promiscuous. Again, something my father genuinely believed. And my mother did too. Which I'm like, this is not convincing me to go out there and, like, kiss random people. What is your issue?
I have yet to kill anybody in real life.
I know. It's more fun to do it on the paper, isn't it? Because, like, it's not messy. You don't have to buy a tarp. I thought these things out.
You don't have to dig, a 2 to 4 foot deep hole.
You don't have to, like, get gas, okay?
I was thinking more like barrels of acid, but yeah.
Oh, let me tell you
how you ever try to purchase and move? a
You
barrel
know
of
how
acid.
messy that is? Plus
Uber.
the lugging. Oh my god, I'm so tired already.
And they look at you funny when you want to purchase 55 gallons of hydrofluoric acid, by the way.
They're like, yeah, where's your factory? I don't have one. Question.
I'll become a chemistry teacher.
Because you know what? Hydrochloric doesn't do it.
Our stomachs can't dissolve ourselves?
Nope. The hydrochloric acid is a antibacterial agent to reduce transmission of disease. What actually digests you is the enzyme that means for muscle myosin, or I can't remember offhand, or pepsin, which actually digests muscle and protein. That is what actually breaks it apart. Do you enjoy some of these other recommendations for alternative horror movies?
Cats versus dogs. I mean, bad kitties. Truly a work of fiction. Yes, Eternal Winter is scary. Like, what was that one with the train?
Polar Express.
No, not that one.
I mean, good
That
guess.
one was scary
Was
with
it
the motion
Piercer?
capture.
Do you remember where Tom made me watch somebody's video essay about why Piercer is a continuation? Snowpiercer is a continuation of Willy Wonka, the Chocolate Factory. Y'all, it's fascinating to think about, but it's messed up.
It does show you the power of archetypes.
Yes, it's true. I will say this, Laura. So you see Tom here, and Tom is definitely very supportive of what I write, but this was not always the case. It was not always the case that my family was supportive of what I wrote or why I wrote or supportive of me being published at all.
You came from a very conservative family.
Yes. And I'm going to add my now ex-husband in there of people who were not supportive of me being published in any form of any kind of writing. It was hard. And there's a reason why I was essentially unpublished for many years, was because I didn't have people to support me. Why am I publishing on Vela now? It's because of our little corner of YouTube and Twitch that's so supportive. That's why I felt supported enough and safe enough to publish. But it wasn't always this way. And I mean, like, Tom wasn't like, no, don't publish, 15 years ago, but he was, how do I say? He was like, well, it's not for me. What he didn't say was, but it might be for someone else, so you should go away. He did not say go ahead and publish. It took him many years to come around to it, as well as learning how to be supportive. So I do understand that frustration and that aloneness it can feel like. And it sucks balls. It sunk sweaty donkey balls. And I mean, I'm very grateful for our community now. I wish y'all were around in my life 15 years ago, though. Because if y'all were, I would probably be published on Amazon 15 years ago. Because I needed someone to believe in me. And at the time, nobody believed in me. Like, at least nobody that I was emotionally close to in my life believed in me. And believed in my stories and what I had to say, and that anyone else would want to read it. No one. I didn't have anybody. And I had to take, through a series of unfortunate events, a lot of these people are no longer in my life. Not through my own action, but kind of as a gift. And I'm not advocating for anybody else to do that. No, I'm not. I didn't
Your
get rid of
FBI
Tom.
agent knows your search history already.
I mean, there's a reason why, I just read the book at the library on, there's a whole book on poison. You don't have to check it out. You can just sit there and read it. Thank you, sweetie. But, yeah, through a series of events, a bunch of unsupportive or negatively supported people are no longer in my life. And then eventually Tom came around to liking what I wrote. And then from there, I eventually, like through his support, it was his support that got me onto YouTube. Both his belief in me as well as his financial support was like, but he was like, yeah, you should totally do something on YouTube. What do you mean? Like, there's nobody like you? Well, we need to get you on YouTube. You know, like, it was very nice. So I think support is really important for writers, for artists of all kinds. And we can't fix anybody's home life, but we can try our best here to carve out a little corner to be supportive of each other. Because that's the part we can do. Right? Like, because I honestly think that's what artists need, is to be supported and appreciated and just, you know, not have to prove anything. You're just here, you're just hanging out. And if you want to make something, that's great, but you don't have to make anything to prove that you belong here. You don't.
Like, one of my favorite things to bring up about the lies media wants to go with versus the truth is, you know, as a case in point of how wrong the media is, Van Gogh did not produce any of his famous paintings while he was dealing with mental illness. He produced those while he was being supported by his family and was in good spirits. Great art is not an expression of mental disorder. It's an expression or torment. It's an expression of the comfort, you know, and safety they feel, and so the ability to express their inner thoughts and views. But yeah, you want to shut someone up real quick, make them feel unsafe. They will not have any artistic expression whatsoever.
I have often thought for like over 20 years that the quickest way to shut down an artist is to say, what do you think other people will think of this? Do you think anyone won't like it? And then just watch them implode inside over minutes, hours, days, weeks. They will, because we put our soul out there in our art, whether we mean to or not. We do. We put what we think. We put what's going on in our brain. We put out our experiences in our art, no matter what our art is, even if it's sculpture or something else. Like, we put it all out there, and then when there's criticism of something that's just simply viewing it as, well, this art, what works, what doesn't, what could be improved upon. And then there's personal attacks, which some people think is critique, and it is not. And it'll destroy anybody, not just an artist. They're just personal attacks hurt everyone. Like, you know, whether you're an engineer or, you know, somebody who just flips pancakes for a living, it hurts. It makes you feel unsafe. And then how can you truly be your full self when you feel unsafe? We can't. Maslow's hierarchy of needs definitely speaks to that. So addressing that safety issue of feeling like you're in, or we're all in, a supportive, warm environment that we don't have to prove anything. We can just be ourselves, and like, we're appreciated just for being there, I think is really necessary for everyone, not just artists. I think society has a long way to go to recognize that. But I think like artists sometimes can be the canary in the coal mine kind of thing, where we see what works for artists, but more than likely that would work for all humans. So feeling warm and supported, feeling safe, feeling appreciated just for being there, not for like some exterior value, but just, we're just happy to have you. That's it. Like, that is where people truly blossom into their whole self. It's just so that artists, when they blossom into their whole self, comes forth art, versus I imagine when engineers blossom into their whole self, comes forth, I don't know, Lego buildings, I'm not actually sure what happens, but I assume something gets built. Or designed, maybe. Versus when chefs blossom into their full self, I assume a lot of neat food is made. It would make sense to me. But whoever they are, whoever a person is, when they feel safe and warm and supported and accepted exactly for who they are, and they blossom into their full self, it's whatever their full self has to offer. Not because you're only valuable when you produce, but just because all humans love to share something to communicate this rift between all humans. Like none of us can physically join and actually be each other in the minds. So instead we're like, here, I made a thing. Would you like the thing? And that's the closest we can as humans to do that. So I assume that's what people do when they blossom.
And based on all accounts, it really does seem like the rule is you need to find really nice people to make good horror.
The nicest people of author-wise I've ever met were the ones writing horror. Like, they were the sweetest, kindest, most supportive people. And they're writing this stuff that chills me to the bone, and they're like, yes, it's great, isn't it? And I loved that. Because, like, the sci-fi fantasy convention circuit in the South, we get plenty of horror writers and stuff. So I've met a whole bunch of writers in my life. And gosh, but I like a lot of writers. But every one of them I've talked to would say, you need a community to feel valued and safe and warm and, always appreciated in order to write. Like, you can't write well or enjoy it when you don't feel safe and warm and accepted. Roy's got opinions.
Yes, he does.
We have logged them, Roy. We get it that you get it, and we're grateful you're here with us today, Fluffy Buddy. And I get that horror is not everybody's cup of tea.
I mean, my preference is always for the horror comedy.
Oh, I do love a good horror comedy. Gosh, but I do. Roy agrees, and I'm so glad that he is on board with us. Although you don't have to be on board with us, but I'm glad Roy is. But I'm also very grateful we do have the support system of, like, I love everything you write, Laura. I think you are so talented, and you're, like, just all around talented, which I think is so cool.
Thanks.
Not just in writing, but also, like, in your digital artistry. Like, you're just so talented, and I'm so glad I know you, and you're just so cool. Like, it's pretty awesome. I feel that way about you too, Carrie. Yeah, I mean, like, this community is the reason why I'm still writing, why I'm still editing, and even publishing.
I feel, yeah, true. I don't know why I had this sudden flash of, like, 5 Rules to Survive a Horror Movie, and I was like, kind of reminds me of just, 5 Rules to Survive, the Cossacks are coming.
Oh, yes. What do you have 5 specific rules? Since I know you've personally never been run down by a Cossack.
That's true, but I did play this game a lot with my mother. And my mother was really good at being a scary Cossack.
More Tales from the Dark Farm. Yes. Go on.
Look, the part where her mother was born in the U.S. and here I am still hearing these stories in games. A la Fievel and An American Tale. For me, they all come down to strategies to not be noticed by the villain. So you do not make sounds or movements that will attract the villain. Be in locations the villain is not going to go. And essentially, get out of that situation. And, one of the ones I learned from Glory, her perennial favorite from Hamlet, don't play by their rules.
That is Hamlet's fatal flaw. He's fine when he's playing by his own rules. And yes, welcome to my TED Talk. I have given this talk many times. Hamlet, though, dies when he starts playing by the rules of the court. When he starts playing by his uncle's rules, that is when Hamlet gets caught up in the web. But before, at the beginning of the play, Hamlet is playing by his own rules. Nobody knows if he's sane or insane, or they don't know if he's playing a game, if he's just trying to fool them, or if he actually is planning essentially a takeover or a murder or what. They have no idea. They're on their toes, but they don't know how to catch him or how to know with certainty what he is doing. And when they don't know with certainty what he is doing or planning, or if he is planning anything, he's safe. But the moment he thinks he's safe enough to play by the rules, that hubris, that is how Hamlet dies. That is Hamlet's fatal flaw, is he thinks he can play by someone else's rules and survive. Yeah.
Apparently it's dinner time.
Welcome to the song of our people. It is called My Food Bowl is Empty, and This is a Tragedy, written by Roy. So what I would suggest, like, to me, horror, how to survive a horror, is be chaotic as hell. And that's my personal take on it. Like, if I want a character to survive, I would make them incredibly chaotic. I would make them, the kind of pantsing that drives me in real life nuts about people. Those people who are like eternally spontaneous in any level of planning, even where we're going to eat tonight 2 hours before we go, and they hate that, and they just wither on the vine. They hate the planning. That kind of thing that drives me nuts about people in real life, that's the kind of thing that, they would survive some killer in the woods or wherever, or at the Waffle House. I don't know, wherever the killer is.
I mean, like, case in point, Hunger Games.
Yes.
When they're stuck in the games, the ones who survive are the ones who are not playing by the standard rules.
Yes.
They're the ones who are surviving the longest and the best.
There's also more horror elements as well, like when they transform the kids into those dog creatures and release them.
Oh gosh, body horror. Ugh.
Yeah, like there's lots of different horror elements in there. It's not just the government.
Horrifying. I thought the whole series was horrifying. The whole thing with Snow slowly dying of poison, that's
the blood and the smelling of roses.
Self-administered poison.
Like, damn, So I thought the whole thing was horrific. But that's what I take away is when you suddenly feel like you're outmatched and your life is on the line, get chaotic as hell, Glory. That's what I took away from all the scary movies and books and shows and stuff I've consumed. All the horrific stuff is get chaotic, get real chaotic fast. Do all the impulsive things that, you try to conform to society. Now is not the time to conform to society. Now is the time to be as chaotic as you could possibly imagine. And you know what? Neurodivergent wins. That's what I tell myself. And maybe I have actually interacted with serial killers. Maybe I haven't. I'm not saying. But it turns out being neurodivergent and chaotic does work. I was in it, I got ADHD, so I'm kind of chaotic. I don't mean to be. But yeah, it does help. Because you know why? Criminals are lazy. And they don't want people who are going to give them a hard time. They don't want people who are hard to predict, it turns out. So the thing that used to drive my father insane about me, how unpredictable I was, quote unquote, whatever, Dad, is the thing that keeps me safe when, I have inadvertently wandered into the wrong alley at the wrong time. Anytime I'm driving in unknown lands on small back roads, I hum a bit. Jeepers, creepers. Yes. Scream freaked me out when it was new because the bad guys were real actual humans. When I first saw Scream, it was on an air-conditioned bus from Kitapawan to Davao in the Philippines, on the island of Mindanao. They put it in. They had actually just started it right before I got on the bus. So I did not see the opening. I don't know if it had the title card. So maybe I missed it. I don't know what happened. These were all copies of movies, and it was the Philippines. So a lot of these still had, like editing numbers underneath because they were like stolen from the studios and then distributed in Asia. Y'all, it was a wild time. So I did not know this was supposed to be a horror movie because I didn't see that Scream title card where the music and it's very serious. I thought it was a spoof on horror. And so I thought it was entertaining the whole time and never was scared because I didn't know it was.
I thought Scream was a spoof. What was the spoof?
Well, it was a spoof, but it was actually meant to be scary, not like it was supposed to be a horror comedy, but it was actually meant to be scary rather than.
What's the one the Wayans brothers did?
Is it a scary movie or like?
Yeah.
Scary movie. Yeah.
Okay, that's.
I thought it was like
that Scary Movie's just a parody. It's just Scary Movie's just a straight parody.
I thought it was a spoof like Scary Movie, which wouldn't come out till later, but I didn't realize it was meant to be actually scary, but sort of a meta take on scary movies. I didn't realize that at the time, so that was entertaining for me later to go. Wait, that was supposed to be scary? Because I thought it was hilarious, and I openly laughed several times. Especially that whole bit later with the vacuum. Like, I just was like, yeah, that's every teenage boy ever. Let's see. Maggie says, don't split up or go off or be by yourself. There is no right, be right back. Don't kiss, woohoo anyone. Wear comfortable shoes and don't trip. Do not try to trap the slasher. Just get in your car and leave.
And again, don't play by their rules. Their rules are you're going to stay there to confront them.
Yeah, like somehow, like you'll be like the most persuasive like, nah. You're not like gonna like be a future politician. Don't bet on that now. You're young,
I had to read. I just saw Eva's comment. I know what you did last summer. I had to read that book in 7th grade. It was so good, and then I saw the movie several years later, and I'm like,
See, they did a new one, I think, for Amazon.
Yeah.
I'm assuming a reboot, not one of the sequels like they had been doing.
Mm.
I didn't realize there were several sequels.
Do I know what you did last summer?
Yep.
Yes.
I know there was at least one.
They get real weird. Like I think
there's another one called I Always Know What You Did Last Summer.
There's a whole bunch of them, and they get like weird. Like
I just know that when I saw the first movie, I was well into my Buffy obsession phase. So to see Sarah Michelle Gellar as the dumb blonde, I'm like, this is so wrong.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, she was originally hired to play Cordelia.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's within her skill set, obviously. But I mean, but again, horror is a great way to process trauma. It is so far, do you find it that's removed enough from yourself that you can now think about it. Often it's so contrived as well that it's like, would I have done any of those choices? Probably not. And that's sort of the fun. It helps you feel a little bit safer.
What's fun about writing horror is you can take those characters and make them not do the dumb decisions and make the plot an easy contrivance of must do this so plot can happen, must do this so plot can happen, and see how you can make it smarter.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's it's cool.
Oh, yeah. I love that one. My hubby and his best buddy went to see The Host, thinking it was sci-fi horror, similar to The Astronaut. They were so salty, especially when I asked how they liked the chick flick. Although, I will actually admit, I liked the book. I liked the movie.
I had the book. I don't know if I finished it.
I was surprised at it. The Host is one of the movies I use as an example for having the right director for actors is very important, because Saoirse Ronan is such a different kind of actress in The Host than she is in just about every other movie. And I didn't realize that was in her range, but I mean, it really shows the effects of, having a director who knows what they're doing and what they want out of an actor.
It's nice when the directors don't yell at people.
It is nice.
That too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's true. There's an actual horror movie called The Host.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
There is.
A Korean horror movie, I believe.
I want to say yes. I used to, so the kind of scary books I used to read when I was like a teenager was these gothic ghost story types. There's always like a weird older woman in a big house, and a young woman, a teenager, has to live there for whatever the weird, sometimes convoluted reason. And there's a ghost or a spirit or something that's murderous. And I don't know why, but I was totally into this at the time. I loved I was reading a lot of books with ghosts in it. I don't know why, but it was like one of the few, I guess, because like there's usually not too much body horror with books, books printed in the 70s and 80s with ghosts as one of the main characters. And that includes, by the way, there were romances with ghosts. There was all sorts.
It was like, I remember these
romance
books.
movie called Ghost with the pottery scene.
Yes, I did not like that one, but yeah.
Versus Canterville Ghost or High Spirits.
Have you seen The Ghost of Mr. Chicken?
Yes,
I love that one.
Yes.
Don Knotts.
Anything with Don Knotts, because what was the one where he was like a dolphin or a tuna?
The Incredible Mr. Limpet.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like anything with Don Knotts. Why, yes, I have seen the Apple Dumpling Gang.
Yes. But have you seen them write again?
Yes, I have. And I have opinions and notes about this. Pretty much, yeah. Did it have Don Knotts in it? I would watch it. I was such a huge fan of Don Knotts as a kid. But like, if it had ghosts in the book premise, I would read it, whether they were murderous ghosts or romantic ghosts. I was there, and but the thing about all of these stories was they never ran the story the way I thought they would, and that bothered me. And I kept reading them, hoping that eventually they would run it the way I thought they would, and they never did. And that is where I want to point out, what would be great is if you take the ones you've read that you kind of like, but they didn't go the way you like, and then like you do a story the way you want it to. That would be really cool. I mean, the original story idea I had with the killer in the kitchen who's hiding in the closet. The original idea I had for that was that there's this guy who I guess is a serial killer. I really didn't know enough about serial killers back then, because it was the 90s. And he is stalking her. And eventually she figures it out. She, as I said, there's the kitchen scene. She runs out. He's knocked out. When she gets the police, she runs down the road, whatever. She goes to a neighbor. When the police finally show up and they go in, he's gone, obviously. But he's not done stalking her. And my idea was like, how about if she stalks him back through town, through this small southern town? Put a twist on it, where he's like, hold up. No, I'm supposed to be stalking you. You can't stalk me. And she's like, haha, but I know this town and you don't. So have fun playing with it. You can write horror and twist it all to bits to whatever you want. You know what? The murderer could be a bunny, and the victim, I don't know, carrot farmer. You name it. You can write for any genre.
Funicula.
Yes.
Yep. Cuteness.
Also, pukas. Pukas can be. My mother wrote an entire short news article. You know, not news, but fiction, opinion piece. I guess it was fiction for a newspaper, where it was called "Raid on a Cleveland Warehouse," where the police have raided this warehouse, and it's filled with Easter eggs and chocolate Easter bunnies and stuff. And I think, what was it? Did they incorrectly raid the wrong warehouse, Tom?
Yeah.
And it was owned by the Easter Bunny, whose cousin, who's a puka. A puka being like an Irish shapeshifter. And like claiming to be the cousin of Harvey the rabbit. You know, from that one. Yeah. And I love the idea of like a puka taking the shape of a 6 foot tall rabbit. Like, really though? But you know, you can have a good time with anything like that. And it can be horrific rather than redunculous, like my
I always wondered what pukas were, because that's what they used to call the arts festival in the
Puka
town I
Fest?
grew up in.
So
It was the
pukas,
Puka
the
Fest.
best I can figure, is one of those stories that started as a way to teach kids not to take stuff that's not theirs. Because one of the main story pieces you hear about in the storytelling is that they were these black horses that would walk down roads
at night.
at night. And if you got on the horse, you would be stuck on the horse, and the horse would just take off, and you would die of, getting hit by branches and brambles while the horse
And eventually be
mad dash.
thrown into a water where you couldn't get out, like a river or a pond or lake or something, and you would drown.
And that was one of the original uses for pukas. And then they sort of got combined with the black dog.
Yes.
And they've now they're just sort of just general mischievous shapeshifters, kind of like leprechauns, where they could be neutral or they could be malicious. It just depends on the storyteller.
Okay. Maybe that's why can't think of the word for it, but like the cultural connotation is why they took the name from. They just called it the Bedford Art Festival this year, so it's no longer the Puka Fest.
Okay, this is what this encyclopedia says about pukas. In Irish tradition, the puka is a mischievous spirit in half animal form who can transform at will. Pukas punish grave robbing and ingratitude, and have been known to help rescue beasts that founder in bogs. He sometimes helps in household tasks and tidies up after people. Irish children can call snails pukas and bid them put out their horns in a nursery rhyme. Before Halloween, it is safe to eat the wayside blackberry, but not afterwards when the puka smites the fruit, making it inedible by dirtying it.
But probably the reason they were calling the arts thing puka was just after, Harvey was really popular when it came out again in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
I know our mother just loved it and watched it a lot. Like, she really related to it. So
I've just seen the poster for it.
But like everything it's just a piece of mythology. It's just the storyteller who decides what the rules are.
So yeah, you can write horror with mythological creatures. Like most traditional tales of pukas were horrific. Like, it was very dangerous. The protagonist, who most people would relate to, did not have a good end in these traditional stories of pukas. And so it was like, be wary of, taking what's not yours and walking through cemeteries or destroying gravesides or things like that. again, in that traditional sense of fairy tales, are to warn people to behave right. And don't do things that could get you hurt. So, and like, it's easier to remember it when you've heard a narrative, a story version, rather than just, what did I say about walking through the graveyard and kicking the headstones? I don't remember. What did you say? Versus if I told you in a story, wait, right, walking through the graves, like hitting gravestones, wait, the puka, something about a puka. What was that story? It is easier to recall, particularly in the middle of the night when you're exhausted.
So Eva has a question.
I wrote one creative fiction once, and ever since my husband has requested horror for me, I can do thriller, but I don't think I can do horror. I feel like it's less character focused as a genre, more plot focused.
Let's say horror is more, what's it called? Man versus environment. In many ways, of like, even with monsters, it's more of the monster is a existence of the environment. Gloria was complaining of like, you don't really, the monsters don't usually get much motivation. They just act.
Yeah, we watched Freaky the other day, the movie Freaky. And Vince Vaughn's character never has any motivation. He's in another body, sober, and there's no motivation ever reviewed.
In this killer.
He just...
I mean, you say that. Like, Vince Vaughn mostly actually plays this teenage girl character in the movie. But, yeah, as the killer, the killer has no real motivation for why. They just like killing everything. They just want to kill.
However, I think there's plenty of room in the horror genre to do a more intimate portrait of other characters, like your protagonist, even their secondary characters. There is plenty of space within the horror genre to get to know those characters pretty closely. The actions of an antagonist offer more to the story than the actions of the protagonist of horror, as compared to a thriller with me. I think middle grade horror could be an exception, but also middle grade horror / thriller aren't really divided up. It's true. They're not as clearly delineated. I think it just depends. Do you want to get to know the monster, or do you want to get to know the hero or the protagonist?
And which point of view did you pick to write from?
Right.
Also, Glory was noticing, when we were looking at horror over this past week, that unlike a lot of stories, the protagonist doesn't really have to go on a hero's journey. Right. They don't have to mature. And so that's where it's probably you're talking about the plot of the, being plot focused, because it's just a running through a scenario. We don't see, great change in the characters.
But you can still run them through the hero's journey in a horror. Because they both, in the hero's journey, they go to the underworld, or the other world, however you want to look at that. In horror, they go to hell. One way or another, they go to hell. Their own hell. So there are enough overlapping elements that you can still do that, and it will be relatively seamless. Readers will not likely notice. So that original story that I started working on when I was 15, that I always intended to truly do a real portrait of the protagonist, of this young woman who's like, I'm not going to live in fear. I'm not going to live in fear of being stalked. And this guy eventually choosing when he's going to attack me. I am going to stalk him. I am going to push his buttons and force him out into the open to attack me on my terms, not his, because I will not live in fear. That is not a life.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
I have never watched it. Any of them.
But I did like the idea of, the second and third ones, especially of the taking, the fight back.
Right.
Mhm.
Of like, because, and yes, I've had, even since I wrote the original story seed and basic plot outline to that when I was 15, I've had a couple stalkers. And I've truly been if we're getting into a who can be more chaotic, I definitely have a couple tools up my sleeve here. And yes, I do not have stalkers who stick with me for very long because I'm too much trouble, yo. I'm not
So-
saying this is the way to deal with stalkers. No, that there's
Fictional.
well, I mean, mine weren't fictional, but yes.
So the whole not having choices, that depends on what kind of story you want to write. Do you want to have flat characters? Do you want to have dynamic characters? Character agency is super important, especially in horror. Don't have them making stupid decisions.
Like that, was it it's like a Geico commercial or something, one of the insurance commercials.
Oh, you mean the Mayhem? The guy he plays
No,
Mayhem?
no. It pops up every year around Halloween, at least around here, where it's like the 4 kids are running from the chainsaw guy, and it's like, let's hide in the basement, no, in the attic, and the one girl's like, why can't we just get in the car?
Oh, I remember that one. Yes.
If you're stuck in a horror movie, you probably aren't making good decisions.
I mean,
yes.
Let's
A
read the
lot led to
Necronomicon.
right? A lot led to this. A
And then
lot
the guys
of bad
behind him,
decisions.
let's go to the cemetery.
And sometimes these things happen to the character. Like the character didn't make the choice to have it happen to them, but they make choices on how they react to it, on how they want to try and get out of the situation, how they want to try and problem solve. Do they want to just give up? And I think it's really important to have them make choices and give them agency in a horror. Because sometimes when horror happens to us, we feel like we're powerless.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good to be able to see that we can take back our power in horror.
Yeah, that there's no extenuating circumstance so far gone that we can't somehow reclaim our autonomy and our agency. That is one of the things I like about horror is you don't have to stay a victim. You don't have to just survive. You can find ways to thrive. But it does tend to be unique to that character or that protagonist. It's unique to them and their personality. I like that that's kind of how people are. Humans are that way. I mean, in theory, we live in a surveilled society, but y'all, there are so many areas in Mississippi that has no Wi-Fi or cell phone coverage. It is a problem. It is a safety concern. I have ended up in those spots with a broken down car more times than I care to count, and it ticks me off every time. It's here I am. So, well, yes, I have worked on other stories that involve a dark, stormy night with no cell coverage again. It is still possible in the 2020s here in Mississippi, so probably in your state as well, or province. So we have surveillance, but we don't have full surveillance coverage.
We are not 1984 yet.
And one thing I was reminded of a movie I had Glory watch the trailer for, but we haven't actually watched yet, but still actually seems like a good use of it. Speaking of surveillance society, is called it's on Amazon. What was it? Untitled Horror Movie. And essentially, it's a horror movie done through a Zoom meeting, and which has this great horror potential of what can you do if you can only watch? How do you find your agency? when you're just an observer.
I gotta be honest, the trailer looked pretty good because at first I'm like, oh, I hate Blair Witch crap. And then, like, they cut because they're trying to make, quote, an untitled horror movie. So that's the kind of movie they're trying to make. And then shit goes sideways. And it's like, the trailer looked good. I was like, all right, I'm interested. You've got me now.
What's the one that's like that where it's like a FaceTime call with all of these
it was a high
teenagers and
schooler
there's the
one.
blender and...
Yeah, it came out last year around just, I think last summer. I was trying to remember and I couldn't.
I know what you're
because it's like this one because like
ads for it.
Because that even the trailer for that movie still looked dumb.
Yep.
Versus no, like this one actually looked like, okay, this looks like they get the premise and how to use this to its best effect.
Was it Unfriended?
Yeah, I think it's Unfriended. Because I think it actually turns out like the ghost of some kid who killed himself the previous year is now getting revenge on all the popular kids by killing them from the afterlife or something. Yeah. It's like wait,
messaging
what?
On Facebook and stuff.
This is even dumber than I was thinking it was going to become.
I mean, it definitely takes
like
the idea of the ghost in the machine a little further.
Oh no! Like the ghost goes to their different houses, and has gotten them all on this Zoom meeting call, and so it's killing them off so as the others watch. Yeah, it's the weirdest revenge flick. Someone's little power story. Like it has all the hallmarks of this is what a 13-year-old writes for horror.
Beautiful. I didn't watch it. I just watched reviews of it, and it was just the clips were so bad.
Yeah. But yeah, versus like this untitled horror movie actually looks like they were using the Zoom meeting premise as a real function of how to mess with these characters. How do you survive this type of horror movie?
The trailer looked very good. Like, because at first I was like, oh god, I hate Blair Witch movies, and then they show that was the film they're trying to make, and they're in Zoom meetings
because they're now in lockdown,
right? Trying to discuss how to finish this film, and then it goes sideways, and I'm like, oh well, this actually looks like it might be interesting and well acted.
Did you ever have tales in your neighborhood growing up that were spooky? Ours were about vans with no windows. Hindsight, probably nonfiction.
I mean, when we talk about like dystopia, like we lived in a dystopia like as a kid. Like Nambla vans literally drove around our neighborhoods taking little kids. Like I am not
having a newsletter on techniques to attract children. How to pick the right ones.
Our town where we grew up was like noted as a great place for beginners to go abduct children. And we lived like 6 blocks away from the zoo?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So when we talk about dystopian horror, it's like, I mean, we were living it, and we knew it at the time. Like, my job, adulting children, my job as the eldest child in our family was to keep my brother from being taken by bad adults, as my parents explained it to me when I was 8 and Tom was 5. And yes, several times I had to go snatch Tom, as he was trying to walk into vans because there's puppies or candy there, or get Tom out of people's houses because, like they said they had snacks. And more than one time, different towns, I was barred from being able to retrieve Tom from people's homes and having to go get other adults to help me get in this house to get my little brother out. Because the adult in that house was not allowing me in to get my brother. because he was in their basement. Like, you know, and it becoming like drama situations. Like, this was my childhood. Yeah. And I knew what happened to little kids who get abducted. They don't come back alive because they would be found later in ditches months later. I mean, like,
Tom napped.
Tom got napped several times, and like there I am having to like go bust in and get him out and like scold him again for going off. Yes.
What you don't know is that there's pictures of me from this time period, and I look like the design you see for who are the children that end up in this and are kidnapped. I'm literally wearing the outfit.
You know that striped shirt and the red or blue shorts? Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, and that was just one of like the many horrific things of my childhood, my neighborhood. So, like, the stories were not like tales of this. It was more like stay away from the vans because they're looking for little kids. Don't even get near them within like 10 feet so that you can run faster if they try to grab you. Like, that was like what the neighborhood kids told each other. Like, we knew what was happening. We knew, like, when a child shows up a week later in a ditch dead, or months later, like the next town over in a field, like, yeah, we know. All the kids talked and were like, oh yeah, I saw him around this van. Be careful, there's this van and it's got, you know, like it was a clown painted on the outside on one of the sides. It's like, stay away from that van, because the last time I saw him, he was walking into that van to go help this guy find his puppy. And, you know, now he's gone. So that was like the 80s in Mississippi.
That's why my brother got a cell phone while he was still in elementary school. Because of the walk home, and his friend would walk so slow, so he'd be late getting home, and there'd be abductions on that street all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, like the first person who ever molested me when I was 3 turned out to, after my father found out what he did to me, my father took this man for a drive out to the swamp and left him in a bayou to die. And inadvertently, many years later, my father ran into this man, where the man told him about his spiritual experience he had lost in this swamp for 2.5 days. And when he came out, he decided to change his life, and he ended up becoming an informant for the FBI of these NAMBLA organizations, and essentially coordinating with various law enforcement to sting operations of these organized child molesters groups. And it was a wild set of stories. And I was like, I do not believe you, but also I don't care, and it doesn't make me feel better. And my father felt the need to like follow up. And so over the years, I would occasionally hear updates about this, and I'm like, great. But apparently that was partly how a lot of the NAMBLA organization got busted, was this guy who really knew how to talk to these kind of people was on his own redemption arc, which great, but also was doing things to stay away from children. And this is supposedly the things he was doing to make amends, since I obviously wanted nothing to do with him. And I just think it's wild.
That was pretty crazy.
Life is odd, especially my life. Like, my life's more like a series of writers were like, hey, here's a protagonist. Yes.
But we need to give her these life skills. All right, what happened in the past that gave her those life skills?
True. Fair. Because, like, yeah, because of that man when I was 3, 2.5, 3, that was how I got pretty good at spotting the ne'er-do-wells who wanted my brother, and how I got good at standing up to them. And I was the tallest child in my class every year till puberty hit. So I was the tallest kid at least through 6th grade. By 7th grade, suddenly the other boys shut up. But I was a very tall child and had a very low center of gravity. I've always had. So yes, I did get in altercations with people who were trying to take my brother. So yeah, that was like my life. The stories children in our neighborhoods were telling were fact-based rather than urban legends, because we were not privileged like that. You know, middle-class safety was not an option for our neighborhoods. And we, by the way, lived in nice neighborhoods down here. Because Mom wanted us to go to the better public schools. And you had to live in that neighborhood to go to the better funded public schools. So she was always working hard to find us better rentals, which is why every year we moved practically. Because she was always trying to find better rentals in the better school districts. Which is not to poo-poo anyone else's neighborhood legendary tales.
But it definitely reminds me of the old, if a kid's old enough to ask, they're old enough for an answer. Because there's probably a reason they're wondering.
I mean, I don't know. What I like about fiction is you tell a lie to tell your truth.
Make it more palatable so people will get it.
It's a downer when I tell y'all about the many molesters in my childhood. It's a real downer. But if I tell you a fictional story to thrill and scare you, that's fun. And nobody's like, should I hug Glory? Should I offer condolences? What is it? Nobody's worrying about that. That's what I like about fiction. I can tell you the truth by telling you something pretend. And it's not emotionally distancing to other people.
But then you can still talk about how to avoid those situations in the future for others.
I can put all my tips and tricks into avoiding people who want to hurt children in a fictional story, even though I learned it factually. But I can put it in a fictional story and the people reading it will still learn the lessons without having to face that the world I live in, and therefore possibly they live in, is a dark and terrible world. Yeah. Yeah, the unsafety of middle class life is the monsters are on the inside. The monsters are in the house. They're not prowling the streets.
Yeah, did anyone else here see those articles coming out about the Southern Baptist
Convention?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know. Like, it's like a joke we've been telling for 30 years. Did not expect to actually see it happen exactly in that manner. Where they,
So the delegates voted for the Southern Baptist Convention's board to waive their right to attorney-client privilege so that an independent inquiry law firm could conduct an inquiry into the SBC's role in various sex abuse cases where essentially, people report a pastor or somebody who works in a church to the SBC for doing things. Even sometimes they're convicted. And what did the Southern Baptist Convention do? Well, often it looks like they took that knowledge and then they just let that pastor stay in the convention but go to a different church without ever informing that new church. Like Vatican. So the delegates, like the churches all elect their own or appoint their own delegate, and then they go to the Southern Baptist Convention, and they then determine every year the things that'll happen. So the majority of delegates, the vast majority, I think, of delegates,
yes, the
vast majority of delegates past June, voted for the board to waive their attorney-client privilege. The first 2 times the board had a vote on this, different meetings, they decided to ignore the delegates' majority decision and not waive their attorney-client privilege to this inquiry. The third time, they voted to follow the delegates' decision.
Because delegates kept pulling them back of like, no, follow what we said.
So the third time they voted to waive the attorney... Well, every time they voted to not waive it, several more board members resigned. Enough new board members were appointed by the third month that they had this meeting and they had this vote that they voted to waive the attorney-client privilege. And that's when the head of the board, and therefore the president of the SBC, resigned immediately, but will not take effect till the end of the month. I guess so he can destroy all the emails and documents. I'm just saying.
And their law firm also immediately resigned.
The law firm they've had for like 40 or 50 years also immediately resigned as well.
Oof.
Oh yeah, I have the journal article or the newspaper article. If anybody would like a link, let me know, so you can read it yourself.
But again, like one of the nice things that you could use your writing for to show is, as Glory has to say anytime she tells these stories, I'm right here, right now, and you can see I'm fine.
Spoiler, I'm here and I'm fine. It's okay. I mean, I have done a whole lot of therapy and a whole lot of processing, and I've done a lot of emotional work. But spoiler, I survived. I survived all the rapists, all the molesters, all of the abusers, and there were many more abusers than there were sexual abusers. And I'm here and I'm functional. So it's not the horror people seem to think it is.
It's not a permanent destruction of a person.
Yeah, I'm not destroyed.
They always seem to assume it is.
I really love who I am now in my 40s. Like, I never thought in my 20s that I would ever be able to love the person I saw in the mirror. I was like, it's never going to happen. I know that all my therapists keep saying it, and all my friends and support groups keep saying, one day it might happen. I've heard tell it's real. I was like, is that what we all tell ourselves so that we don't just, give up? Like, I did not think in my mid-20s it would be possible. But here I am in my early 40s, and it is possible. It took a lot of work, but I really love who I see. I like who I see. And I appreciate the person I am now. I feel like it made me, it gave me the opportunity to become a person I really appreciate. And I don't know that I, might have necessarily if I hadn't been on this very long journey. Because y'all, the flashbacks were just so bad in my late teens, early 20s. I was like, I can't function. I don't know how I'm going to live. This is like no way to be a person. And I was like, there's got to be a way. I have to find a way. I have to find a way to cope. It took a while, but I did. Some of it was fun, like sitting with magazines, stacks of magazines with other support group members at their homes, and we're just drinking and cutting up pictures and making collages. Like, that was actually fun. Or sitting around with a bunch of my support group members at IHOP after sessions where, you know, I'd hear about their regular life. What's it like being a home health hospice nurse? It's wild, is the answer. As well as, like, how do you cope with your anorexia nervosa? And they're like, I got tricks. I got coping skills. And I'm like, I am here to hear all your interesting coping skills. Of, like, I wouldn't have had these opportunities if I had been on a different journey or hadn't gone on that journey. So, and now I have so much to add to my writing because of that.
Nikki's shock at your age.
Well, I am semi-immortal, so it's understandable. Yeah, I'm 42. However, Amber Ruffin says the last 2 years don't count, so I guess I'm 40. Amber Ruffin, I guess, is also 42. She's refusing to acknowledge the last 2 years. She's like, nope, they didn't happen. So I agree, and I am also 40 now. Because the last 2 years don't count.
So I'm still 35 then.
Then I'm 29.
There we go. What great ages. Lovely
Yeah,
years.
I'm 36.
There we go. It's a lovely time. Yes. I mean, but yeah. There you go. I mean, I hate that some people are like, oh, 40s is such a terrible age. Oh, you're so old. It's like, I don't know. I think it looked nice enough.
I mean,
Also, go on.
my best friend's husband had a bit of a crisis when he turned 40 because their oldest also turned 13. So it was like, I'm 40 and I now have a teenager. What is life?
Yeah. It was
Dad
bound to
jokes.
happen.
That's what it is.
Oh, yeah. Yes, the
Do you
dad
know how
memes
hard it
are out.
is for a 13-year-old to handle a dad joke in public?
Oh.
It's a perennial, just keeps giving.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I guess that's why I like horror. It's because it's the only way for me to write about my past without upsetting people. But where I can still impart my knowledge, my experience, my quips, without it like horrifying people in a way that like causes emotional distance in relationships with people. Yep.
But again, like horror is a great one to play with this. Of just because you have experienced horrific events does not mean you are now permanently damaged and can't function normally anymore.
Right.
Normalize everyone has trauma. Everyone has stuff they need to deal with. They deal with always. They deal with in their own ways. But that doesn't negate their humanity or their capacities.
Yeah, like I used to think, like, okay, here is my complaint. I forgot about this. So this is my complaint about horror. A lot of horror is written that you have things bad enough, horrific enough, you can never like recover. You'll always be dysfunctional. If you won't be able to hold jobs in the future. You'll just like, it's not like you have flashbacks for a while, but then eventually you will process and it will get easier and better and more functional. It's just, no, this is forever. You're like a walking wounded forever. And so I felt like I did not have hope for me having a quote happy ending in that functionality to me is happy. Because I didn't want to just be a survivor. I wanted to thrive. But I didn't see that reflected. And like, to me, if I like writing horror, it would be like, yeah, she dealt with terrible things and then she moved on with her life after also processing, going to therapy a bunch, but also like living her life. I really, in my late teens, early 20s, was like, am I broken forever? Am I just never going to be able to function, let alone cope in romantic relationships? Is it always going to be like, no, don't touch me that way, that reminds me of somebody terrible? Like, and the answer is sometimes yes and sometimes no. But like, you cope and it'll be all right. People won't leave you just because you have trauma. And I thought, like, you tell them too many times that the way they touch you reminds them of somebody bad, and they're eventually going to want to leave, was what I thought. And it turned out, at least from my personal experience, that's not usually the case.
No, it's
Like,
usually, okay, how about this kind of touch?
when people love
What
you,
about this?
they will, like, they're not like, oh, you're too damaged for me, I gotta move on. Like, I've seen that in movies and stuff, and I thought that would be like it would be that way for me in real life. And no one ever left me for those reasons. All right, technically nobody really left me. I was the one who was doing the leaving, but that's a whole other matter. But I'm just saying, like, that was never a deal breaker for anyone I've ever been in a romantic relationship with or a sexual relationship with ever. And I really was sure that would break this. No, y'all. I mean, at a certain point, I was like, sometimes trying to break it. That was not breaking it. So, but they never portray that in media. And I'm like, well, maybe I need to write this stuff because the full story is not being portrayed.
And like one of the other things I never see done is not everything ends in some form of PTSD. But it doesn't mean that you are impervious to it either. And so simply, and I know I've met several people and I also have used, lines similar to, yeah, I'm not comfortable doing that. Someone else can do it, but that's not for me. It really makes me uncomfortable. I'll do something else. And they're like, well, it's like I had a bad situation once. It reminds me too much of that. That's all. And they understand, like, yeah, it's just say, I don't want to put myself in that situation and be reminded like that again. I'm an adult. I have free will. I don't need to re-traumatize myself.
Right.
And that's it.
Yeah, like, I just didn't see much portrayal of, I guess, at least my reality. And I think it should be portrayed some of the time. So the only way I knew to get any kind of portrayal that echoes my experiences is to write it myself. People who truly love you will stick it out. That was how I learned. Some people I loved devotedly did not really love me. Yeah. Agreed. But I didn't see that being portrayed when I was younger. So I didn't know that that was an option, or that the love can, like, survive a lot of challenges in a relationship. Because, you hear, like, oh, people want to give up on a relationship too quickly, right? Oh, people don't understand relationships take work. I'd hear that, so I thought that's what to expect out of relationships with other people. But instead, that's not what I actually experienced, even though, yeah, pretty much everyone I've ever been in a romantic or sexual relationship with has also had their fair or more than their fair share of trauma that they were coping with. And they still were very open to making room for my trauma in their life as well. And it wasn't a question. Like, they may have had many other issues, possibly personality disorders, but that was not one of the issues of, I don't want to make room for your trauma in my life. A character that is a good friend and then isn't, but doesn't acknowledge that, has to do with intimacy. Glory's discussion of love versus not remind me of this character.
With kids.
I mean, but pure of heart doesn't necessarily say anything about your sexual background. I think that is why I find certain romance tropes to be so enraging. You know which ones. I hate them. I hate the horror they induce in survivors and how fans of those tropes will mock trauma victims. Yes.
But yeah, humans always grow. Humans do not really stagnate. If they do, it becomes really obvious it's a real problem, and that's where real care is needed. But most humans are not going to stop changing all of a sudden from trauma. They'll slowly adapt, and they will continue on, and they will develop anew. But God, the entertainment industry really does like to just go with, oh, it's black and white. This is the end of that story. It's not this is their end for now. We'll see what happens in a year.
Every Halloween, the next installment.
I mean, wasn't that kind of the idea for Jeepers Creepers?
I did not watch it.
Me neither.
Of every 5 or 15
I can't
years.
do gore and body horror, y'all. I have a very low tolerance, and also I have too good of imagination. So I have a very vivid imagination. Roy's so hungry, Mama.
Oh, he's already been fed.
Still so hungry, Mama.
Fine. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at that pretty face. Look at that Muppet.
Adapt it. Wait. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Good boy.
Good job.
Wait. Okay. He's down on the floor now.
The dog we had growing up, we had him trained we'd place the treat on his nose, and then we'd give him the signal and he'd catch it. Muffy doesn't have the the ability to sit still that long. She's just like, nom 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 now.
Yeah.
But Border Collies are high-strung and crazy. So.
It's true. It is true. So,
just like this story going on. It's where is this going?
Medically induced pregnancy? Okay. I mean, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I agree, Diana. We need Roy timers. Many, many more Roy timers. So, do we have final thoughts? Anything beyond? Have we said our piece? Laura, have you said your piece? Do you have more to say about horror?
Just do it better than what's been done before. Elevate it. It can be awesome. Have sensitivity readers when they're needed. I don't understand the gratuitous gore just for the funsies, because that's not my funsies, but yeah, it can be smart and it can be fun. Just have fun with it. Yeah.
Carrie, how about you? You got anything?
I am definitely with Laura on the gratuitousness. My writing as a whole is that's the rule I follow. Don't put it in unless it's necessary.
I mean, I understand though, sometimes people are just let's make it over the top, because at a certain point it can make it less scary. When it's ridiculous.
You mean like that Doom Patrol episode?
Which one?
Werebutts?
Y'all, they were ass goblins. Okay.
They have a horror movie entire episode, and it's
it was zombies versus butt goblins. And it was ridiculous. There's no way you could be scared. It was just hilarious. It was just so absurd.
And the only way to get rid of them is you're going to have to eat them.
Yes. Yes, why, yes, somebody's got like a, like, yes, imagine 13-year-olds. This is like peak humor. It's
Eat
just
that butt.
over the top. And so, like, I see where some people are going of, like, if you make it so over the top, surely that takes the sting out. Like, I'm not here to yuck anyone's yum. Or at least I'm trying not to. I may inadvertently, but it is accidental.
But be compassionate about your characters.
Yeah, my problem is sometimes I get too compassionate about my monsters.
Same.
Tom has to talk me down, like, no, we don't have to know the motivation. It doesn't, because I was like, what am I, bad guys, the killer. I was like, I'm concerned that, like, I don't want to portray, like, oh, mental illness, this is why, but I happen to think, like, who would kill people if there was not something wrong in what their brain was doing? And he's like, we don't have to explain. We don't have to villainize mental illness because we don't even have to explain motivation. This is the genre. You don't have to, like...
look at Freaky.
Hand wave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at this movie Freaky, where the killer they just like killing. There's no motivation for them. They just want to kill everyone in the easiest, fun way possible. So yeah, we don't need to stigmatize mental illnesses as the reason behind their behavior. Since
or trauma, that having trauma makes people violent or something like that.
Because as we have empirical evidence, trauma and abuse and mental illness and mental disorders simply mean that person is more likely to be abused by society, not the other way around.
Right.
They are not a threat to society. Society is the threat to them, though.
Exactly.
Oh, puppy.
Erotica horror shouldn't be in either genre or thing. People don't consent when they are terrified for their lives. Oh, wow.
Although, again, that one is another of the people who are trying to process their trauma.
And yeah.
Often the ones I know of who read that are the ones who have had real trauma with that and are trying to understand what happened.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, like, the only people I know who serial read that R-word type erotica stories are people who have actually experienced that. And because, like, as a librarian, I'm like, why are you reading it? Let's go off in the stacks and have a conversation. What's going on? Is everything all right? I've got other kinds of books on mental health. And yeah, that every single person I ever pulled aside, no matter the gender or non-gender, was like, well, I actually experienced something like this, and I was trying to understand it. And, the thing about this is I could put it down anytime I want, but I can still kind of, like, I'm seeing it from outside. Like, I'm not reading about a story where I wrote about it happened to me. It's someone else. It's people I don't know other than reading this book or this story. And it's like a toe dipping into trying to process their own trauma. And I saw, like, there is a place for it, even though it seems pretty extreme.
And yeah, just like gambling and anything we call a vice, there is a very, very small percentage of people who will always use it as a way to justify their actions. It is not even close to any form of majority. Because anyone who's using that to justify their actions already have other problems in their mind. Just like people who are looking at violent video games are not looking at it as a way to learn how to be violent. They're already interested. That's already something they're dealing with.
So
that's why my dad liked the war shooters.
I mean, if you actually follow the articles, there has been an article at least every decade, if not every 3 to 5 years, on whatever is the latest is the cause for violence in our children. Whether it's books, radio,
Comics.
TV, comics,
newspapers. Newspapers, y'all.
Reading in
Reading
general.
it all. Like,
was
yeah,
the
children
early
aren't
19th
looking at the
century.
sky enough, y'all. Like,
Yes.
there are actual articles from about 120 years ago complaining that young people read too much of, like, textbooks and things and newspapers, and they need to be staring at the sky more in order to be calm for
Yes.
realsies.
Yeah, literally the mental illness that reading books causes.
So I think what it is a lot of people are trying to cope. And so, again, even the kind of things it's like, wow, that seems, a bit extreme. More than likely, there is an audience for it because, as I said, the only people, like every single person I've ever talked to who reads these, I would say, violent erotica is how I would put it. Every one of them was a victim of violence of that nature. And we're going through their own moral issues with, why do I keep reading these, even though, like, am I perpetuating it by reading these? And it's like, no, but you do need a therapist, because if you're thinking that, you really need somebody to essentially lifeguard your thoughts here. Because, like, hey, sweet baby. So there is a place for a lot of art, even the stuff that to us may seem kind of extreme. By the way, I knew other people who were coping with trauma by reading, and this is true, this book is real, The Ass Goblins of Auschwitz. It's an absurdist horror comedy novel. And I know this because I had 3 different patrons come in to request we interlibrary loan request this.
Really?
And I was like, all right, but if I get it, you have to tell me later about the book. Like, you have to come back and tell me about this book. Like, was it worth the request? And every one of them was like, it was a delightful romp into an absolute absurdist world. And I needed a break from my really terrible life. Every time, that's what none of these people knew each other. So, yeah, catharsis is kind of interesting, isn't it?
Also, real quick, about the Fortnite and Hunger Games are blamed on the uptick in school shootings. We have done some psychology studies. You really want to know what's the cause? Is the discussion and normalizing of these events. The more people hear about something, the more they think that is just an option in their life. I mean, for me, the biggest case in point was, I can't remember, it was late 60s or early 70s. There was a university, I want to say in Michigan, that had a course, or it might have been California, on all the ways and forms of self-harm, thinking this would reduce their student population's, inclination to cause permanent self-harm of the no more heartbeat variety. Instead, they saw an uptick, because the more you normalize something,
it was a how-to lesson.
Yeah, of the more you normalize and the more you just repeat it, of bad news or good news, your brain just goes, okay, this is the world we live in. That's the way you handle this. And there's the real cause. Like, it's one of those, psychology really has already kind of noticed these things, but it doesn't make good news. So it's not talked about much.
Yep. The active shooter drills are now as normal as tornado drills.
If not more.
Yeah.
As I understand it, people, they do the active ones now, and in a lot of schools, literally weekly. Tornado ones, they usually only do every month or every 2 or 3 months.
When I was teaching in Alabama, we did active shooter drills monthly, and we did a tornado drill once the whole year. We had way more tornadoes. Way more. Because we're in Tornado Alley. And so, yeah. And I was teaching in the upper elementary school. And we were having active shooter drills monthly. So, yeah. The kids were like, the kids I was teaching, let's see, what was I teaching? I was teaching 5th grade math in Alabama. And all of my, 126 students, almost all of them were fully expecting to have at least one experience with an active shooter before they graduated high school. And they were amazed that I was so old I was 27 or 26. I think I was 27. And I had never had an experience with somebody bringing a gun on campus to hurt anybody anywhere, including when I was going to college. Like, they were like, how did you survive? Miss Fink must be so lucky. And I'm like, it just wasn't really much of a thing when I was growing up. And I was like, and yeah, people did occasionally bring guns on campus, but it was like they weren't bringing it to do something with it. It was like they had a gun rack on their truck, kind of. It was just because, you know,
They go hunting before school.
And after school, they would go directly hunting, you know, because that was how they filled the freezer at their house. So they go hunt for squirrels, rabbits, deer in season, wild pigs when when nothing else is in season. Wild pigs are always in season in Mississippi. And that was how they'd fill their family's freezer and also make a little side money because you can then sell the meat. And well, not like officially, but unofficially you can sell it. So they were like, Miss Fink must be so lucky. And I'm like, no, that wasn't normal. But it was because we did these drills all the time. To them, it normalized it.
Yeah.
So they were expecting it. And that blew my mind. Also, I'm like, why do we have to have so many active shooter drills? Like, once you make sure, and also we don't even necessarily need students to do these drills as adults, as teachers. I just need to, you know, we need to make sure that we're going through procedure so that when we're panicking, we still remember the order we're supposed to do things. Like, I got to remember in my class, I got to move, you know, my file cabinet in front of the door, my other file cabinet in front of the long window. You know, that kind of like I've got my little short list and that's what I do. That's what I need to practice. I don't need the kids practicing it with me because I just need them to be quiet. Like that is their job during an active shooter drill is be quiet and do as you're told. Like you don't have a job as a child in this. Your job is to stay against the walls and out of sight. That's literally your job. I'm the adult. But they're all expecting it will happen. Before I graduate, I will at least experience this because they're so sure because they go through so many drills. And I'm like...
And also similarly, we knew this 15, 20 years ago with cops. Do you want cops to stop racially profiling people? Change their jobs every 6 months because they can keep an open mind up to 6 months and then they start to normalize the behaviors with people. And that's where they develop these, you know, obviously bad habits and bad perceptions of the world because of just these little traumas. And you start changing your behaviors based on little traumas and that might have happened. That might have been a possibility. And, you know, just like you're seeing with the kids, they're just like, oh, this is normal. This is going to happen at some point. If it wasn't going to happen, why would they do this so often?
Mm-hmm. By the way, when I was a kid in Mississippi in the 80s, some of the teachers felt a little odd about kids, literal children, bringing hunting rifles into class. So they made a special little section in the principal's office where you docked your hunting rifle for the day. If you didn't have a car or a truck to leave your gun in. Like, it was like coat check. But I mean, like, these were dinky. These were meant to shoot vermin, you know, rabbits, squirrels and stuff. Like, but yeah, that was normal. And sometimes people would come in and see my gun. I got it here today. I want you to come see it and admire it. Like, okay. I'll come see your rifle. Oh, that is nice. Look at the pearl. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. Oh, your daddy did get. That's nice. You got it. You got your initials on it. That's cool. But like, and nobody shot anybody. Not to say like, oh, we should go back to. It's just like it wasn't. It didn't even occur to these kids to like turn it on humans, even though some people gonna piss you off. Oh, good Lord. But it didn't occur to us. And some kids knew. Some kids did get a little ticked off. I remember middle school. And they knew of when you feel that way, when you're like, oh, if I could just point this thing at somebody. They knew to stay home that day. And you could tell the principal when they called, why aren't you coming to school today? And they're like, because I felt like, you know, hurting someone. And they're like, no problem. Stay home. And then, you know, it'd be like, but But what's going on? Do we need to like referee this? Get Coach Hal. Get Coach Hal to come in and talk to these kids. Like, yes, I mean, it was the early 90s, but you could stay home for mental health reasons and explain, I didn't want to hurt any children today, so I stayed home, coach. Okay, great. Who's bothering you? We'll have a meeting. Like, I don't want to meet them yet. All right. I'm going to find out who's, like, antagonizing you. Like, that was how administration was back then. I'm not saying it was right or wrong. That's how it was.
Because no one wants a phone call in of, I hate Mondays.
Right. I think about that girl all the time.
Yeah, again, that's why we want, more writers out there writing their experiences of changing what is considered the norm.
Mm-hmm.
That is what art and fiction is for.
Yes, it's the subversive bit I would like to encourage everyone to continue doing. You're all doing a great job. I'm very proud of you. I would not say it if I was not proud of you. Because if you've met my mother, you would know. No, we did not hear that growing up. I'm very proud of you.
That is a beautiful, they are perfect sentence. The entire story is summed up in one sentence. We got motivations, we got situation, we got the how, the why.
We know this character.
Yes.
We know this character now. One sentence. We know this character.
You don't need to say anything more.
This is all we need to know. Tom, do you have any final thoughts?
I do think that horror still gets stigmatized for religious reasons, very improperly, just as we've seen and tested and found out that most people who are interested in this, it's because they're trying to understand something. It has to appeal to you, or else you're not going to watch it. It has to be about something you are trying to understand, or this media will not call to you. Especially in horror, more so than a lot of other genres. Horror is a way of understanding your own reality and your own feelings and emotions about it. Mm-hmm. And so, just in general, I do like to just see more better written horror where it's not being written in a horror style simply because it's an easier way to write a story, because you're not required to have development. It's just a plot. It just, happens to people.
Well,
I would like to see more of where we're having the hero's journey, where we're having everyone develops, where the villain that starts the story is not necessarily the villain that ends the story. To put it in a simpler but more obvious complaint way, more people to show M. Night Shyamalan how it's done. Show him what a real good twist is.
I mean, I think it's fine to write bad horror, because how else will anyone get better if you don't practice? Let us not forget, the first many times I fried eggs. Oh, y'all. No. There was nothing edible about it. Nothing edible. But eventually I got better at frying eggs and then practiced poaching eggs. Bye, Maggie. And, but the only way I got better was through practice. I'm the kind of person that needs XP. So go write that terrible horror. Go write the slam book. Be sure to include all your bullies in your horror. Kill them off. Have them kill each other. Have a good time. Make sure it's delightful. Giggle every time you sit down to write it. Every time. Giggle maniacally so you know it's going to be good. Have a wonderful time. Publish it. Let other people giggle as you kill off all your bullies in an insane Hunger Games fest in the woods outside your house. Have a wonderful time. Because you'll get better and then you'll get really good. Have a great time. And don't give up.
Hmm. Also, to Mama, it doesn't mean anything specific. It's just that it's something you enjoy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's 100 different possible reasons, and it could be combined of what it is you enjoy about that genre, or just for anyone of like why some people just like comedies. Why don't they like any of the serious dramas? Again, of like, there's 100 different reasons
I
and
mean,
possibilities.
sometimes there I am deboning a chicken and I crack those joints and I just like the sound. I feel like I'm accomplishing something. I wonder, is this what it would sound like if I was a giant and ate people? I don't know. But I like to imagine maybe it might be. Because it's kind of fun. It's not real. It's pretend, so what does it matter? Like, that's how I look at like watching almost exclusively horror. It's pretend. It's not real. It's great time. It's a great time. You know, these are the screams of people being paid. And hopefully paid well. These are the screams of people knowing they'll get an IMDb listing. It's great. They're thrilled. Relish in their making a living off being scream queens and kings. It's fantastic. Enjoy all the people in special effects who will be paid well for getting the blood just the right tint. Yep. All the people who will fix the lighting just so we see the glint off of the weapon, but not like distracting water bottles in the background. Right? It's wonderful.
Did somebody leave a Starbucks cup on the table in Game of Thrones?
Yep.
Yep.
And it is.
They just didn't care at
It
that
is
last
so
season.
obvious. Like you could tell that. Like I'm like, did the lighting people even get a chance? What's going on?
Give
So
us something
bad.
good to work with.
So bad. Like these were truly like people who just gave no fucks.
Again, this is why we appreciate and are always interested to see your work. Of seeing what, a classy professional can do.
Yes.
Even on a time crunch.
It's a nice compare and contrast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. This is cathartic. Let me know in the afterward that this may or may not be the names of your bullies, but you feel better now. Let me know. As we do this. Have a wonderful time. Remember, if you're not having a good time, you're probably not doing it right. So we hope you will come back next week. Would anybody like to do an outro while I look for my schedule?
Sure.
Tom, you got the camera.
What?
You got the camera? Click on the button to make her bigger.
Oh.
While I look for my notebook.
Who are we making bigger?
Me.
Join us, won't you, Tom?
My name is Laura Nettles, and my channel is Laura Nettles, and I write horror and sci-fi. I'm currently working on a middle grade horror that is almost done, and I hope to get it traditionally published in the future. So follow along in the journey. I finished draft 1, and I'm almost done with draft 1.5, and then we'll see how it goes. So that's me.
Excellent. Yay.
I'm Carrie. I write fantasy and I stream, and I put up my anniversary stream for being on YouTube 8 years as of the 9th of this month.
So long. So long.
She's a long hauler.
It was going to be Saturday, but my mom texted me and wanted me to go somewhere with her on Saturday, so I moved it to Sunday. So, but
what was it like before YouTube got advertising?
In the before times.
It's taken me that long, and I still don't have a above 200 followers or subscribers yet. But had never been consistency has never been my strong suit. I'll just say that. But I'm gonna be dual streaming on Sunday. So whoever wants to join in, I want to kind of make it Halloween kind of fun themed because it's the week before Halloween, but I work on Halloween. So,
Isn't
anybody who
it
wants,
the Worldwide Readathon this weekend?
oh
Yeah, this
I
upcoming
forgot.
weekend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in between all of that, if you guys want to join me, I'm working with like limited weekends. So, yeah.
Cool. Tom, you want to join?
What should I say? Hi, I'm Tom. I am, the other half of the awkward siblings. You see me here on Mondays. You'll see me over on Wednesdays on Twitch. And in the meantime, I write. Right now, I got a Velo story going, and I help other people do developmental editing. Gloria.
I was just retrieving Tom's link. There's a link to Tom's Bella story. I'm just saying it's there.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. And if you've made it this far, congratulations. You are fantastic and my hero. So here we are at the end of the show, and I'm Glory. Glory writes the blues. Tom is the one who came up with that name, and I liked it, so we went with it. So for this month and next month, we're still delving into genres. Everybody's links are down below. Next week's episode, we are going to talk about contemporary/drama as a genre. Oh, yeah. It's going to be wild. Real life? How shocking. Yes. Again, part of, I guess, our ongoing series of Tell Us a Lie so we can tell you can tell us the truth. That is what contemporary fiction is all about. Also, who doesn't love drama, especially when it's not your own? When it ain't your family, it's fantastic. So we're going to delve into that. We'd absolutely love for you to come. If you'd like to join us on screen, we would love that as well. That even more. That would be fantastic. So let us know if you'd like to join us. And yes, thank you so much for coming. Did I forget anything? Oh, yeah, the Worldwide Write-a-thon. At, 1 p.m. Eastern this Saturday, I will be hosting pretty much the only chat for that day as part of the Worldwide Write-a-thon. We are going to talk about how do we refill our creative wells when the well runs dry.
You throw bodies in it.
I mean, yeah, that's one way. I'm going to just say there's no wrong answers. There's just like everybody's got their own. And I figured, hey, let's all share. Maybe it will inspire people.
Paint.
Paint.
I was painting the other night, and that's how it sparked a story that I've been stuck on.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, there are so many ways to refill the creative well, but somehow, like, we all can end up quite by accident with a dry well, can't we? It happens. So that's what we're going to talk about this Saturday on my channel here as part of the Worldwide Write-a-thon. Also, I think I'm going to be on somebody's live stream at like 9 in the morning, 8 in the something ungodly on Sunday. But it was the only live stream I could get it invited to, so I took it. maybe I won't go to sleep. I don't know what we're gonna do. It's gonna be grand though. No matter what, you should definitely come and watch the drama. Speaking of, because it's not your drama, so you can have a wonderful time. Have I forgotten anything else? That we good? All right, that's wonderful. Thank you all for coming. Oh, we were talking about if you'd like to be part of the after party. We are talking about moving it to our Discord server. So that way there is unlimited space, or at least relatively unlimited space. I think Discord server limits it at 25. So more room than back scene, behind stage. I can't talk anymore. I've run out of words.
Backstage.
Thank you. On StreamYard. So if you are into that, let us know. Thank you so much for coming, y'all. I'm so glad you're here. And with that, we will see you next Monday at 4 p.m. Maybe we'll see you before that at the Worldwide Write-a-thon, or our Twitch streams, or my many things. It's all things. You should all check it out. Coffee Buddy. All the goodness. Bye-bye, everybody. Wait, why am I big? There. Normal waves. Yes, okay.